We're live. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon from wherever you are, or good morning, depending on where you are. And you're welcome to the Africa Trauma Care Symposium. My name is Esther Bello, and with me is.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olusegun Francis, and I'm excited to be your co-moderator today. I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you are. Welcome to this symposium. I want you to set yourself aside, take away every form of distraction, and get ready to learn from the experts that have been brought together today to teach you on what the topic is. Everything that you need, get them set right now so you don't have to get up in between the conversations and the teachings. Of course, there'll be time for breaks, but before then, you just might want to, sip some water and all of that. So get everything ready, your notepads, put your phones aside, don't pick up those calls. I know that some of them might come, you want to make money, I understand, but this is the time for you to actually learn. So enjoy yourself with myself and my colleague and friend Esther, and I'm sure that you're in for a nice ride.
Thank you, Toluche. And as we begin this ride, we're going to start with national anthems. We'll take the national anthem for Nigeria, for Ethiopia, for Ghana, and then the Black anthem. So I will be doing that now. So wherever you are, you can just follow along as we take the national anthem. Okay, we're getting it up now.
Nigeria's come again to send our fatherland with love and strength and faith. Join morning in prayer to send with heart and voice. One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Lift every voice and sing till the heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the darkness has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory.
Thank you, everyone. And we'll take some house rules now. And Talisha will help us with that.
Thank you very much, Esther, and welcome back, everyone, from the series of national anthems that we have had to take with respect to several countries. So, just some housekeeping rules, basically. First and foremost, if you have any question while the conversation is going on, just drop them in the comment section. We'll definitely take them with time. Please respect people, respect opinions. There is no need for you to insult anyone. If you do not agree with what the person is saying, it's okay not to agree. You can put it respectfully in the comment section. I expect us to be civil and as much as possible pay attention, keep your notes. I think that's just basically it. Just enjoy the sessions. Don't Life is not hard. Just enjoy the sessions, basically. Esther, you're not talking to us.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're muted all along.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So as we go on, wherever you are chatting from, whether whatever country you're in, you can just let us know in the comment section and say hi to anybody from your country by just saying, use the comment section, either you're on Facebook or you're on YouTube. And if you want us to be able to have your comment here on StreamYard with us, you can just give access to Facebook to give StreamYard access to your Facebook so that your comment can also be highlighted. I hope that's clear enough for us. Anything you want to add to that, Lucia?
I think that's just it, basically. We look forward to your comments. We don't want to be talking just to you. We also want you to talk to us back. So, if you want a comment to be shown live to us, so enable StreamYard on Facebook so that your comments can pop up on the screen and we're able to know that you are there and you really want us to see your comments. Let's not be strangers. Let's be friends.
Yeah, and also feel free to share this link on your pages, your Facebook, your WhatsApp. Let people come in as we talk today about trauma. Okay, before we go on, just a little exercise that we can all do. As you introduce yourself, telling us where you're from, it would be nice for you to just also This is supposed to be a mental health trauma care symposium. So we are also paying attention to how you are responding in this setting. So let's know how you feel. Use your favorite emoji to let us know how you're feeling at the moment right now. Let's see those comments popping in with your favorite emojis, and let's see how we can respond to one another and see how trauma informed we are with the way we respond to people. Let's see how we can do that. I don't see the comments yet. Okay.
Keep the comments
Greetings.
coming. We're really interested in reading your
Yeah.
comments.
Greetings to you. I see greetings from Ethiopia, from London. You're welcome, everyone. I see. Oh, I'm just seeing the comments now. You're welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Before we move, oh, I see that. Welcome, Selamawit. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Greetings to you too, Miss Doris. Nice to have you on. Okay. Yeah, the comments are coming in. Well done, everyone. We're seeing them. Okay. So maybe we can try some breathing exercises before we go on. Do you want to help us with that, Toluche?
Absolutely. I'm sure many of us have heard of these breathing exercises before, but let's just practicalize it. So clear everything around you. Take a comfortable sitting position. Now we're going to breathe in, and then I'm going to count 1 to 5, and then you exhale. Now it's not your regular breathing that we are doing. I want you to move your rib cages. Let your rib cages go up, and let your stomach go in, and then we're just going to take it all together. So let me know if you're ready in the comment section. Tell me I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Let me see it in the comment section if you're ready. Just put there ready, 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 ready. I'm not seeing your comment. I need to know that I'm not alone here, and I'm not going to be doing this exercise alone. I'm simply from Kenya, people from the UK. All right, so let's just get together. So, ready? So you're going to breathe in. Want to go? Breathe in. Hold it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release it. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release it. Right now, I want you to rub your palms together. Just rub your palms together. You can see me. Rub your palms together. Just rub them, rub them, rub them. Can you feel some heat right there? You can feel some heat right there. All right, wherever you are, just shake your body like this while still rubbing your palm. Just shake your body. Shake your body. Just get those things shaky. All right, that's good. That's good. Now, I hope that you have released some tension and you're ready for all the lessons that will be hitting you today. You have built in your arsenals to take them. All right, so Esther, what do you have for us? How are we getting started?
Okay, yes, we are starting now, and we will be bringing on our operations director at JARS Institute to give the welcome remarks and also introduce the speakers for today. So are you ready, ma'am? We're ready to bring you on. Okay.
Okay. Oh, wow. Hello, everyone. I just want to, can you all hear me, please? Okay, good, 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 good. I'm just trying to set up my screen here. Okay, beautiful. Yeah. So, well, I'm here to give you the welcome remarks. I would just like to tell you the reason why we are here, right? The reason why we are here. As we, okay, so you're all welcome to the first African Trauma Care Symposium. And I am here to actually bring up a very special someone in this place. Okay, so whilst I'm doing that, let me get this up and running. Okay. Is my screen showing? All right, so I'm here to introduce a very special someone. I'm here to talk about Dr. Akindotu Merino. Dr. Akindotu Merino is a dedicated professor of psychology and a passionate advocate for modernizing mental health structures and reducing disparities. Her extensive career spans various academic leadership roles, including being a university president in universities in Southern California. She has also contributed significantly to community agencies and hospitals right there in California. Currently, she serves as a mental health commissioner, overseeing services for over 500,000 residents in the 4th District of Southern California. Dr. Merino is the driving force behind this symposium, and she set up the African Trauma Care Alliance that is dedicated to trauma care integration, mental health advocacy, and research in Africa. Additionally, she is the CEO of Jazz Group and the president of Jazz Education Institute, where she provides trauma based training to professionals, life coaches, and mental health providers. Dr. Merino's contribution as an author, international keynote speaker, and her recent recognition as the 2021 Woman of Distinction by the California Assembly Legislature highlight her impactful career. She resides in California with her family. All right, everyone, please welcome with me Professor Aki Dotu Merino. Yeah.
All right, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for that introduction. I am so excited about today. I see different people from different countries. I see Ghana. I am so excited about today. I see different people from different countries. Hold on. I see Ghana in the house. Welcome. I see Ethiopia in the house. Kenya in the house. Welcome. Welcome. The UK, United Kingdom, in the United States. Everybody, welcome. We're so glad to see you. So make sure you participate. This is the African Trauma Care Symposium. This is the first of its kind. And so we are so elated to be a part of this. So I say good day to you wherever you are in the world, esteemed delegates and participants from Nigeria, from Ethiopia, Ghana, the United Kingdoms, the United States, and other esteemed nations. I warmly welcome you all to the African Trauma Care Symposium. Today I stand before a gathering of minds dedicated to addressing a pressing concern: the urgent need for comprehensive emotional, psychological trauma care initiatives across Africa. Africa, in its magnificence, is a beacon of rich culture, beauty, and diversity. However, it grapples with challenges, especially in the domain of mental health and emotional wellness. The silent epidemic of emotional and psychological trauma, which may arise from conflicts, developmental stages, losses of any kind, abuse, cast a shadow over our communities and often unnoticed and untreated. This unseen trauma disrupts our lives, it hampers mental well being, and stands in the way of social economic development. It's an issue of deep importance, demanding our compassion, urgency, and unwavering commitment. At JARS Institute, we maintain that mental health care should be accessible and available. JARS Institute has been at the forefront of trauma care advocacy and training across Africa. We also recognize all other NGOs and organizations who have been doing this work. We have an unwavering dedication to enhance emotional and psychological well-being in a comprehensive way, using comprehensive outreaches and collaborative efforts. We do not want to do this alone, and we cannot do it alone. That is why all of you are here, because together we can change the landscape of this continent. One of our significant achievements has been the forging of alliances with key stakeholders in Lagos, Kaduna, and Ekiti states. Through these vital partnerships, we have successfully introduced trauma care awareness to a broader Nigerian populace, ensuring that they have access to indispensable resources and knowledge. Beyond mere awareness, we also have a goal to nurture a community or communities that is informed and is proactive in addressing trauma. Our efforts in Ikorodu has been amplified by the ACEs screening tool that we, in tandem in our collaboration with community leaders, have been able to administer this to about 200 young students, and has been instrumental in identifying early signs of trauma in children and allowing for prompt intervention. Further emphasizing our Pan-African commitment, we have solidified collaborations with agencies in Ghana and embarked on an initiative to train dedicated groups of Ethiopian nurses and volunteers. This training is particularly tailored to equip them to assist the survivors of the atrocious Tigray massacre, ensuring those deeply scarred by the event receive compassionate care, trauma care. A cornerstone of our commitment to localized trauma care is our Ashake Centers initiative. Through this endeavor, we are establishing systems of care starting in Ikorodu and Ifako. Lagos will serve as beacons of hope and healing, providing communities with a structured and supportive environment for trauma care. JARS Institute's outreach efforts are expansive and inclusive, and we're just getting started. We recognize the urgent need for localized expertise in mental health across this continent. To address this, we will actively equip community figures like coaches, faith leaders, parents, medical professionals, mental health professionals with trauma care certification that anchors the trained professional to offer grassroots level care. So this comprehensive approach to trauma care embodies our commitment to community empowerment and resilience. Through strategic partnerships, specialized education, and hands-on training, we are proud to say that we have the most informed trauma coaches on this continent. We have close to 250 at this point. Our symposium objective is clear. First, we strive to eliminate the seriousness of emotional and psychological trauma across our continent. And secondly, we aim to collaborate, disseminate knowledge, and formulate lasting solutions that enhance emotional health throughout Africa. In our midst we have an array of professionals. There's psychologists, medical doctors, counselors, social workers, researchers, coaches, policymakers, and community advocates. Your roles are pivotal in steering the direction of trauma care in Africa, representing the promise of healing, resilience, and a brighter future. The mental wellness of a continent determines the success of that continent. During this symposium, we shall delve deep into conversations, absorb enriching presentations, and share invaluable experiences. Our mission is to diverse strategies to amplify awareness, combat stigma, and offer accessible cultural care for trauma survivors. So as we commence this united endeavor, remember the ripple effects of our actions here can mend countless souls, alleviate anguish, and uplift the communities. The decisions we make here today and the collaboration we forge will indelibly mark not just those in need, but also the future trajectory of our beloved continent. I urge every participant to immerse yourself, share your wisdom, and embody the ethos of empathy and cooperation that this symposium signifies. In our mission for emotional wellness, let's ensure that no one is left behind. And in conclusion, my heartfelt gratitude goes to each one of you, your presence, your dedication to the mission, and your unwavering commitment to Africa's emotional and psychological prosperity are commendable. Together, our collective effort can paint a future of compassion, of resilience, and emotional strength for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Um, I thought I would be seeing our round of applause with our emojis in the comments right now. If you are listening, those who just joined in, you're welcome to the Africa Trauma Care Symposium. Thank you very much, ma'am, for pointing our attention again to all of that we need to pay attention to as a community and as Africans. To move us forward, I will be inviting an alumni of our institution and also a trauma care specialist, Ganiat Karim. We'll have a brief introduction of Ganiat before we move on.
We'll bring in. This will be.
Can you see this one? Is it like? Am I up? Okay, can you hear me now? All right. Our next speaker is the lovely Miss Ganiat Karim. Ganiat Karim is a multifaceted professional with nearly a decade of experience in child welfare, communication, and public health. She is a dedicated social worker and a trauma-informed counselor with a leadership and management certificate from the University of Washington Global Health. Ganiat's extensive education and training, including her courses at Jazz Institute, the University of Alaska X, Fairbanks Medical University of South Carolina, United Nations, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, have equipped her with expertise in counseling and psychosocial support services, with a particular focus on adolescents and young people. Her recent achievement as a recipient of the Women Teachers Techstars Fellowship for Product Management underscores her commitment to leveraging technology for social impact and mental health improvement for children and youth. Ganiat is adept in social and behavioral research, program management, human centered design, public speaking, and finds joy in writing and dancing during her leisure time. All right, everyone, please welcome with me to the stage Miss Ganiat Karim. All right, ma'am, you would need to, okay. Good.
Hello, good afternoon.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay, am I presenting now? It starts by one. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let me share my screen.
Okay. She's while we wait, Miss Ganiat is trying to share her screen with us.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
No.
Not yet.
Yes,
Okay.
it's not added to screen.
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ganiat Karim. I'm a social worker and I work in the public health space as a research and statistics consultant, and I'm also a trauma-informed counselor. Yeah, you can see why I'm multifaceted now. So today I will be talking about how we've used the trauma-informed care in improving mental health of young people in my organization, Mindful Wellbeing Foundation. So just to say a brief on today, so the content of my presentation will be about my organization, Mindful Wellbeing Foundation, the problem statements we're trying to address, the objectives, the background to trauma-informed care, our intervention, and the key learnings that we've learned from our intervention. I'll be highlighting quotes from our clients, story, recommendations, conclusions, and also pictures from our previous projects without breaching any confidentiality. Mind you, we would have also added some audio, but the presentation deck does not allow us to do that, and we cannot upload a video of our clients due to confidentiality. So about Mindful Wellbeing Foundation. Mindful Wellbeing Foundation is a registered trauma-informed nonprofit organization providing mental health and psychosocial support services for children and young people through digital technology. So basically, we focus on children who have experienced adverse childhood experiences, those adolescents and young people living with HIV and cancer, and those that are also affected by climate or other disaster in the internal displaced community. So our approach is care, and what care means is that we use an acronym for counseling, advocacy, rehabilitation, and empowerment. So in our intervention, basically what we do is to move from one stage to another to ensure that our clients have a holistic support in improving their mental health and also behavioral health to achieve a healthy lifestyle. And our vision is to create a trauma-informed foster home and community where young people can learn, heal, grow, love, and achieve their life purposes to live a healthy life. We value diversity, inclusion, equity, innovation, collaboration, and empowerment with a supporting learning environment for our clients. So what is our problem statement? As you all know, Adverse childhood experience has continued to pose a serious threat to global health, especially on mental and behavioral health of young people less than 35 years. So this increases the rate of depression, anxiety, disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and also behavioral disorders like self-harm, suicide attempts, substance abuse, and even sexual risky behaviors. Currently, I work on an HIV project, and I conducted a project. I conducted a research on how childhood experiences influence sexual risky behaviors and sexual orientation of men who have sex with men. But that's not the reason why I'm here today. So, and despite these conditions, the awareness and response from family, communities, and the society remain very poor. So, the objectives of this study, that's our intervention, is to examine the responses on the use of trauma-informed care at Mindful Wellbeing Foundation, to also gain insights from our clients on the challenges, experiences, desires in accessing mental health support, to receive recommendation on improving access to mental health care and services through trauma-informed care, and to also evaluate the quality of mental health service using trauma-informed care at Mindful Wellbeing Foundation. So here is it. What is trauma-informed care? So I'll just go briefly on that, since Professor Akindotu Merio had talked to us about how trauma is prevalent and the need for us to have a collaborative effort in ensuring that children and young people, even adults, have a safe place and environment to live in. So, trauma informed care has emerged as a crucial strategy for addressing the pervasive effects of childhood trauma and maltreatment on physical and mental health outcomes. So, with this overwhelming evidence, trauma informed care is yet to be integrated into the educational system, healthcare, foster homes, and even in the community at large in order to provide optimum care and therapeutic relief for prevention of violence, management of developmental, complex, and generational trauma. So, at Mindful Wellbeing Foundation designed an intervention using trauma-informed care to improve mental health, which was tested among young people with suicidal attempts, depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder for immediate relief and support system. And this is a quote that we go by. The only way to heal from intergenerational trauma that we carry is to acknowledge it, to give it voice, and to find a way to transform it. And that is what we do at Mindful Wellbeing Foundation. So this is our intervention strategy. So this is the entry point. The blue triangle is the entry point for is the entry stages for our intervention. Like when a client comes in, the client gets engaged with one of our trauma-informed or mental health and psychosocial support counselors. Then we screen them, and we screen them with the uses of adverse childhood experiences checklists, or also the self-administered teens or adults checklist, also for adverse childhood experiences screening. Then we also screen after we engage our clients in motivational interview. So we screen them for possible symptoms of depression, anxiety, PTSD, depending on the complaints and the issues that arises. Then our mode of intervention. So you see these boxes that are in different colors. So the first stage, which is the engagement, this is the approach that we have adopted, that is also an approach in trauma-informed care. And it is in red because that is where the client comes in to talk about their issues, especially those that are already at crisis stage or those that are already feeling withdrawn, being tensed or constant fear, or having nightmares, being delusional, so those literally symptoms of depression, anxiety, or PTSD. That's the first line. We engage them in trying to develop, trying to understand the root cause of the issues that we're having. You will see as we go on in the presentation, you will see the stories and the quotes from our clients. Then the second stage, which is the screening or assessment stage, is denoted in yellow, where we use the ACEs checklist for screening of adverse childhood experiences, and we use the 10-item scale although we are planning to use the 14th ISM scale developed by Jazz Institute specifically for African communities. Then we use the Bett Depression Scale, and we also use the mood disorder questionnaire to screen for depression, anxiety, bipolar, and other mood disorders. Then the third stage, which is the intervention, yeah, that's where our trauma-informed approach comes in. So we do this through psychoeducation, that is trying to educate the client on what they are feeling and what could have led to that feeling. For instance, a client that is probably feeling withdrawn, hopeless, worthless, does not have a sense of belonging, or feels like nothing is working well for him or her, or has low self-esteem. This could have stemmed from childhood trauma like emotional abuse or sexual abuse or even parental neglect. So psychoeducating our clients helps them to have a good grasp of what they've been through, and now this has contributed to their mental health symptoms, and it's also a process that helps them in healing. So during the process of psychoeducation, there is what we call trauma narration and processing. This is when clients begin to tell you about their experiences in childhood, what happened to them, and which could have informed their current behavior. We also use the process, an approach, mindfulness-based intervention. So we have the mindfulness-based stress reduction, just for working class who wants to reduce stress or having lack of motivation. And we also have the mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. So this also engages them in deep breathing exercise, where clients learn about how to be present, the use of imaginations to help themselves to process their trauma and their emotions, and to be in the moment, listening to the environment, paying attention to what they can see, even things that they've never noticed before. And also we use the 5 C's of healing. Like I said, Mindful Wellbeing Foundation is a patient-centered foundation. So we focus on the strengths of our clients to know the best approach for the specific client and what they can continue to use even after the session, because we're trying to build their resilience and help them build positive coping skills. So the 5 C's of healing, we have compassion, we have community, that's what we provide them, we have connectedness, we have ceremony, and we have curiosity. Some of our clients have gone ahead to become a volunteer in the organization, wanting to know more about trauma-informed care and how they could also help other people in the society. And then after the intervention, before the termination, we also empower our clients with self-care tips. Some of them in journaling, positive affirmations, and also deep breathing exercise, depending on their strength and what they could keep up with. So in our survey, we did a pre-assessment and post-assessment of our intervention. And here is the demographics of our clients. If you can see here, you'll see that the majority of our clients that we've attended to so far are females. And that's where you see the green color. So the yellow color is for male. There are few. Okay. So I mentioned earlier that we value diversity, inclusion, and equity. So irrespective of who you are, where you belong, your age, your race, your color, your socioeconomic status, your gender, or your sexual orientation, we treat you as a human being first, and that's what we do. And you have that blue highlighting intersex. Intersex are what we normally known as hermaphrodites. So we also have clients like that. Then for age, if you can see the age pie chart, you'll see that majority of our clients are between 25 to 29 years, followed by 20 to 24 years. So just few 18 to 19 and 30 to 35. Although we also work with adolescents, but for data collection, we prioritize informed consent. So we could not reach the parents as at the time of collecting data to give their consent, and that's why we focus on young people who can give consent. So this age category buttress the fact that trauma is prevalent among people less than 35 years old. So that's that. And moving ahead, we have common issues that we found among clients coming to Mindful Wellbeing Foundation. Majorly, it is mental health challenges, and the majority of the mental health challenges are traced back through childhood trauma, sexual abuse, parental neglect or divorce, physical abuse, emotional neglect, emotional abuse, living with parents with substance issues or mental health issues, you know, war, living in disaster reading area. So these are some of the issues that our clients had faced. And we also have a few ones coming for relationship issues. And even with the relationship issue in the process, you find out that the experiences of childhood had shaped their personality, which is affecting their relationship with themselves and other people, which we were able to address. We don't have clients coming in for financial issue currently. We also have for employment opportunity. So at Mindful Wellbeing Foundation, I mentioned that one of our values is empowerment. So we also provide job opportunities and connect our clients to jobs to help them live a good life even after healing. So this is one of a statement made into a quote from one of our clients, and that client wants to remain anonymous. I was overwhelmed with negative emotions, had mental breakdown, and thought of killing myself before I was referred to Miss Ganiat. So I'm Miss Ganiat, and I founded Mindful Wellbeing Foundation. So before people get to know that there are other people that I work with, like psychiatrists, psychologists, and even mental health counselors. So the first thing that comes to people's mind is, oh, I know Ganiat has this organization and this is what they do. And that's probably why this person mentioned my name. But Mindful Wellbeing Foundation is beyond and much more than Ganiat. So that's from a 22-year-old male. Then this is a story from one of our clients. This story is so touching. I would have wanted you to listen to our audio, but I couldn't attach an audio to this presentation. So I will read it out in an emotional way. Few months ago, I was in a very bad place, suicidal and overwhelmed with tension and fear. I did not know where my life was headed and lost sight of my life direction. So I decided to quit my job. I became isolated, and what really affected me was seeing everyone achieving their goals while I was stuck. And when I told my family members, they told me to keep pushing, that I'll be fine. The truth is, I wanted more than just you'll be fine, and I needed someone to tell me my feelings are valid. I am much more than I think I am. So I shared my struggle and thought of killing myself on Twitter. It was at that moment someone sent me a DM and shared with me Mindful Wellbeing Foundation contact and met Miss Ganiat. What stood out for me among the assessment tools was the ACEs screening tool, which summed up my childhood experiences with a score of 6. Answering those questions brought up memories from 6-year-old of how I watched my father beat my mom countless times, despite being pregnant, until he left and did not look back. Years later, I lost my mother to cancer, leaving me hopeless, but everything changed when I started receiving mental health support at Mindful Wellbeing Foundation. I was able to embrace my emotions instead of suppressing them and learned mindfulness meditation, which has been very effective in relieving tension I feel around my chest. With Mindful Wellbeing Foundation, I can always turn to a community of loving professionals and survivors on days when I feel good or bad. Now, I am not afraid to be heard, not afraid to fail, and learned about forgiveness. She told me my situation does not have to define who I am. That's from another anonymous. She's a 22-year-old and a female. Isn't that touching? And this is a comment after intervention from one of our clients as well. This is also from a female, 24 years old, but this person wants us to mention her name. She is Oluwatobi. With journaling, mindfulness, and self-compassion, I have been able to manage my own emotions and triggers of childhood trauma. So this is a graph showing the pre and post intervention where we measured knowledge on trauma, sense of safety, resilience, and emotional regulation of our clients. You could see the brown shows the before. That's when they just come into the therapy before we started our intervention. And the blue line shows after. So all our
Thank
clients
you.
said that they feel this after. So let me quickly go on the key learnings that we've learned. So 100% of clients said trauma is prevalent. Highest population affected by mental illness due to trauma are females less than 30 years. Clients prefer to receive mental health support through digital technology than physical meetings. 62.5% of clients can pay between 5,000 to 10,000 naira per session of mental health therapy, and only 12.5 will pay higher than that. Trauma-informed care improved quality of life and health of clients 100%. So recommendation, okay, so conclusion is that trauma-informed care is tremendously improving not just mental health of adolescents, but also that of young people. And we need collaboration with stakeholders and advocacy to be able to increase trauma-informed awareness. And this is a photo splash of what we do at Mindful Wellbeing Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gania. That's amazing. You're doing amazing work. There's been lots of comments for you in the comment section. You can just go through them, but some we're already showing on the slides. You're doing great work. I really appreciate you taking time out to share with us the work that's been done in the context of trauma care in Africa and in Nigeria, where I believe you're based. Thank you so much for sharing with us. That's amazing. You can connect with Ms. Ganiat. She has mentioned the handle on Twitter and all the other places. Next up, we have Mrs. Nkechi Odebi. There will be a brief introduction of who she is, and then she will give us her own talk as well. We'll go on to that now while we have a profile come up.
Next speaker
Okay. Um, I'm sure you can see a profile already.
Madam Inkechi Cecilia Odebi is a versatile trauma care specialist, a certified therapist, youth coach, family reconciliation expert. She's a trainer, writer, and mentor who holds a master's degree in public relations and advertising. She serves as the educative director among teenagers. Her impactful initiatives include a food bank, soft loans for empowering community women and widows, educational support for indigent students, including those with disabilities, free counseling training for school counselors, therapy for depressed students, and counseling services for survivors of gender based violence. Nkechi is deeply engaged in community welfare. She is also working with Jazz Institute to establish a wellness and mentoring clinic in her community and annually celebrates the young individuals practicing chastity there. Her extensive efforts include organizing enlightenment programs on GBV and mental health issues in over 30 schools and diverse communities, distributing sanitary towels to underprivileged girls, and championing Project RAD, which promotes reading, learning, and community culture among students in undeserved schools. All this while maintaining an all inclusive approach free of stereotypes or discrimination. Please, everyone, welcome with me to the Africa Trauma Care Symposium, Madam Nkechi Odebi.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My time is 1:08 Nigerian time. I want to appreciate the lady that just finished making presentation. That was beautiful. I will really, really connect with her. Without wasting our time, because I've been boxed to a corner with time. I was introduced to Dr. Merino by a lady that I first met. Her name is Bridget Masakwai. She was my first coach on trauma issues. My life was in a mess. I was going through a lot. Then I was working with Chevron, but I didn't know what was wrong with me until a lady divinely met me and told me she's going through a therapeutic counseling. And I followed her, met Bridget. And then after Bridget introduced me to Dr. Merino, and it's like, the only thing I want to do is like, everybody come and see those who made me whole, like the Samaritan woman at the well. It has been a beautiful experience working with Dr. Merino and the team. The best thing that ever happened to me is, helping me to first realize myself and then willing to help others. Working as a trauma caregiver in the community with this special reference to Ikorodu has been a thing that brings gladness to my heart, because Ikorodu is a special place where you see young people having like four, do they call them foster parents? You see a woman will marry four husbands. Then in these four homes, she leaves four children, four different fathers. I see these children standing on their own. So that makes the experience of trauma prevalence in Ikorodu so high. In Ikorodu, we work with more than right now, before it used to be all over Lagos, but before I decided to concentrate in Ikorodu, we work with about 16 schools, including government schools. And what we do is going to this place to talk to them, like I have been rightly introduced. Sorry, I couldn't bring, I couldn't project because I got this information very late, but notwithstanding, I'll give you the information of what I do here. So when we go to schools, we take time to educate them on the impacts of trauma. I want to tell you that between 2020, since we met Dr. Merino, the impacts of mental health program and trauma education in Ikorodu has been, set a very high standard. In 2020, Dr. Merino organized a program here where she was able to talk with the community women and have trainings with the stakeholders, medical doctors, the pastors, school counselors, and the students. We had that. And towards the end of the year, we had trauma work where many schools were able to come. We had a short talk with them and then work. With this, we started creating awareness of what trauma is, because many people don't understand it. Now we begin to tell them that is going through trauma. That teacher that is always screaming on top of his or her voice, trying to, show a sign of aggression, could be going through trauma. That daddy at home that is now drinking, going up and that doesn't stay at home with the children is going through trauma. That woman that they call is a nagging woman, your mommy nags, this and that, they are going through trauma. You discover it's a thing that is pervasive, it's very common, but people don't realize it because they don't know what it is. So in the community, with the systematic teaching we are doing, starting from the children to their teachers, to the counselors, to the parents, to everybody, people are beginning to understand how important this is. Now, I want to say that we have carried out like 2 different surveys in Ikorodu concerning trauma and how people feel. The reports, like this, my sister said, is so is so revealing. You will hear girls who will say that a particular girl said, "I feel like killing my father." What happened? Because the father left the girl and the other children, and their mother went to marry another person. There was a case of a 14-year-old girl that that was mistreated so much that the face of this girl, if you see it, the parents could not recognize her. Somebody else has to come and report her in our office. We fought. and the perpetrator was able to pay like 300,000 for this girl to be treated. There was a case of a little girl known as Dorcas. She was raped by a man of 34 years because the man just, lured her into the room, sent her a little errand, gave her a little money. Dorcas was raped, and the parents brought her to our center, and she was handled, and she was okay. And there was a case of a little girl also called Favor. That Favor is 14 as then. Then the man who raped Favor was 65 years old. And though the case was taken to the police, but as usual, Favor, nothing was done about it. And see, so as we move from school to school, then it begins to trickle down to parents. The parents are getting aware that somebody can call you and say, this is happening to my child. It's no longer reading very well. It's not talking to me. What do we do? You let them know that this child is going through trauma. Before now, people don't understand. They take them for deliverances. You see a child taken to Celestial Church, where the child will be beaten so much that they leave a mark.
So we're having some
Sorry, there's
network.
this little
Okay, she's back. All right, it's okay. You can go ahead.
There's this case of Elizabeth. Elizabeth, 10 years old, was raped by a 44-year-old imam. And what happened? The girl was sleeping at night, and the imam had to wake her up and put his penis into Elizabeth's mouth. Elizabeth was still going to school. We couldn't tell anybody until we started taking this training to schools. They were able to come out to discuss. You hear teachers talking about what the students are going through. You hear the students talking about what they are going through. You hear them talking about their parents' situations where a mother boyfriend comes to sleep with mother, and after that, he comes to the girl to sleep with. You see lots of them. The trauma issue in Ikorodu, their own case is different because it's mixed with poverty. There is this parental absence. There is also dysfunctional homes. There is poverty mixed. It's so much. And with the activity that jazz has brought in, it's bringing like illumination, that people are beginning to understand there is hope. Before now, people don't know what they are going through. They just say, I'm feeling somehow, I cannot sleep, I'm not eating well, I lost interest in things I used to do before, my child is not, and I don't understand my mommy, I don't understand my daddy. Nobody was understanding anybody until we started bringing the trauma awareness programs to Ikorodu. It is really helping. Like now, we are working in collaboration with Lagos State University of Science and Technology. They want us to come in and train their teachers, so the teachers will be able also to disseminate this same information to their students. A lot of works we are doing, lots of work. The schools are there, they are happy. The teachers we are training, some of them are interested in even being part of our volunteering team. The counselors themselves, who don't even understand anything up initial, everybody is beginning to line up. Ikorodu is a place that this trauma training is highly needed, because is before this time in Ikorodu, you see girls move. They don't care. You see that there's that pattern. A mother has given birth. At the age of 13, the daughter is giving birth. Before there are stage by stage of people having a pattern of giving birth at home, being single mothers at a very tender age. So the issue of traumatic experiences, mistreatment, abuse, abortion, and everything that traumatizes young people is high in Ikorodu. But one thing I want to say is this: with the work that Jazz is supporting us to do, we are doing very big work that if I begin to analyze it today, names and parents, will not close. But one thing I want to appeal is that we need more people to come and work with us. I'm saying that we need more partners. We cannot do it alone. Just like my boss said, it is a very big work. We need organizations to join us. We need a very big center. We need a lot of people to help. We need a lot of people going through depression. Even suicidal tendencies is also very high in school. And sometimes they mention that in Ikorodu is where they got people with the highest amount of drug addicts in Ikorodu. You can be walking on the street, you just see a guy standing sleeping on the street. So the issue of trauma is very high here, and we are working very hard to see how we can get more volunteers to help us to be able to cope and help people get their mental health back and be able to function very well in their families. Because I know that individuals with good mental health, they form part of good families, they form part of good community, they form good part of the good society, and they form part of the nation. So if we can all work together to curb mental health, we are going to have a better society. It's everybody's work, and it should be on the lips of everybody that is working as a specialist and as a caregiver. So I want to stop here, knowing that there's still going to be a lot of questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate you sharing all this information with us, and we are happy to work with you on the times we have been able to do that. Thank you so much for coming and taking our time to share with us the work going on with trauma care in Ikorodu and extensively Nigeria. Um, as we move on, before we get into the next session, if you want to take a stand-up break, just stand up where you are, stretch your legs, shake your body, take some water for the next 5 minutes, and then we resume the session. We will be on here. We're not going anywhere. You can stay on, but make sure you're getting up and letting off some steam, because we have been seated for the last 1 hour plus now. So 5 minutes while we take some time up.
All right, all right. 5 minutes break. I just want to say amazing presentation to Ganiyat. Thank you for that. And then Nkechi Debbie is one of our partners, very prolific partner in Ikorodu. It's through her that we were able to administer the ACEs, tool. Is Nkechi still there? Bring her up. Is Ganiya sit there? Bring her up for this 5 minutes break. Let us know when it's 5 minutes. Nkechi, for the next couple of minutes, and Ganiyat, we're just talking, I just want to say you did a great job. If you didn't hear me, you guys did a great job.
Thank you very much, Ma.
Excellent presentation in terms of your study. And it's always good to have measures. A lot of organizations don't know how to keep data. And I'm glad that you're keeping your data, because that's how, first of all, you can get funded. All right. And second of all, you can add to the body of knowledge. And Nkechi, thank you, because we wanted you to come and talk about lived experiences. That was your section. So don't worry about not having a PowerPoint. You did an excellent job in the work you do. You're very prolific in what you do. You are out there doing great work. And I want to say personally that we do appreciate you for for your role in this trauma work in Nigeria. We still have lots to go. I mean, we're now part of this polytechnic thing. What's the polytechnic school that we're going to be working with?
That is the University of Science and Technology.
Okay, how come I have to wait. I have to put my headphones on to hear you. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
The University of Science and Technology, known as LASPO Tech before, but they have been changed to University of Science and Technology.
Okay.
Yeah, we communicated with them and they said they want us to come and they take their teachers to talk to them on mental health.
Okay. All right.
Remember?
Yeah. So, oh, go ahead, Nkechi. You're cutting in and out, so I don't know when you're finished. Go ahead, finish, please.
So that's just it. So it's left for us to now put ourselves together and write back to them and give them a date when we'll be able to come and give them the training.
Absolutely, we're working on that, and thank you. And Ganiyat, we enjoy the fact that first of all, I don't know if people know that you are also one of our trauma care students that went through the certificate with us.
I think
Can you
Mrs.
share?
Binkley mentioned that. I think Mrs. Binkley mentioned that while she was introducing.
Yeah, I wanted you to say, can you share your experience? Like, how was it? How did it help you in the work that you're doing now? It's what I'm asking.
Okay, so to really tell you the truth, at the time that I enrolled in the Trauma Informed Care at JAS Institute was the point in my life where I started questioning everything. I was out of job. I was I was engaged, but my engagement didn't work out. It's like I didn't know what was next in my life. I don't know if I was doing something wrong or right. I became delusional. I started having suicidal thoughts, like I was living alone, and there was just this constant thought of, okay, what if I just end it all? Okay, maybe at the end of it all, I'm not that special. Maybe there was just nothing about me. I mean, if I'm that special, how come nobody can see it? I mean, so nobody could even appreciate the little work that I do. I've always been volunteering even before I started my organization. So coming into the Trauma Informed Care program really, really exposed me. Then I began to dig deep into my childhood experiences. And after the class, I started noticing the patterns of how I have moved from one job to another, how I was always on the go. Like eventually I had to go to UCH to start therapy. I met with a psychiatrist who also prescribed some medications on mood stabilizer because I was really not depressed, and I was not showing bipolar, like I was not aggressive, but I was showing
Can you
other
speak up a
symptoms
little
of
bit more? Speak up,
okay,
speak
can you
up a
hear
little
me?
bit.
Yeah, we
Okay, can
can
you
hear
hear me
you.
now? Okay,
Yes.
so I said at the time I wasn't really depressed, but I was showing symptoms of both depression and bipolar, more like being hypomania. And my psychiatrist had to place me on mood stabilizer for like 2 weeks. Then after then, I make up my mind that okay, so I've been trauma informed. I've learned about mindfulness interventions. I've learned about how to be present even when I have relapse. I've learned about self affirmations. I've learned about a lot of things that I could use to help myself, so I don't need to continue to take the medication. And then also the link of the medical university of Southern Carolina you shared with us at that time for trauma focused
Yeah.
and cognitive behavioral
Trauma
therapy.
focused CBT.
Also
Yeah.
now, yeah, so it really, really, in fact, it enhanced the trauma informed the basics that I had with JAS Institute. Then I was able to understand it from a deeper perspective. I was able to train myself on how to use it. Then sometimes I'll go back to my notes and the story of the girl, the adolescent girl that was in foster home then that you shared with us. So it's a whole
Yes.
it's a whole lot of roller coaster emotions, but now I'm happy at where I am. I'm doing good and I'm helping other people to also be in this same fit. I mean, when I see testimonials from my clients, when I see people wanting to join my organization as volunteers and being committed despite the fact that they're not taking anything from it, it gives me joy. And working on the HIV, I've seen that there is a whole more to trauma-informed care that we could ever imagine. In
Absolutely.
fact, there is no healing without trauma-informed care. There is no
Hey.
therapy without trauma-informed care. There's no way we can achieve an equity, sustainable, and a peaceful environment without trauma-informed care. A lot of people are walking dead. A lot of people are walking dead.
Yes.
They don't really know
Walking
where
dead.
the issues came from. You see people tell you, this is who I am, this is who I am, take me for who I am. You have a bad personality and behavior. This is not who you are. Get healed. Get trauma informed. Then you understand that.
All right,
you need
it's
to
5
improve on your
minutes.
behavior. In fact,
Thank you,
it's
ladies.
amazing. I am proud to be a student at Jazz Institute. I'm proud of myself and my colleagues and my other supporters and my partners and
All
my
right.
board members in the work that we're doing. I'm a proud member
All
of
right,
Jazz
Gani,
Institute. Thank you
can
very
you
much,
share me?
Professor Dr. Menino, for this
Thank
opportunity.
you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Binkwe Odikoya. Oh my God, she's always following me back to
All
back.
right.
I'm always in her
Okay,
DM.
okay,
I hope
okay,
you don't
okay.
get tired of me.
Gani, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Look, we could not have asked for a better testimonial. Thank you for sharing your stories. Thank you for what you've done. So we're going to do this little pop-up story break to just bring people in together. All right, so we're going to leave the screen now so that Esther can go on with her with the flow of the program.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure we are back from our breaks now. You've taken some water, you've done everything that you need to bring yourself back, and maybe some breathing as well. So we're going forward now, and we'll be having some alumni of our training institute come share with us their experience of taking a trauma care course. And to start us off will be Coach Kemi Oyeshola. I believe she's on here now, and I'm bringing her up while we also hear a bit of her profile. Okay. So we are trying to get a profile up so you can know who she is before she tells you how the trauma care course has been helpful to her.
Can you all hear me?
No. Unmute yourself.
All right. So I will be introducing our very next speaker, which is Coach K herself. Kemi Oyesola, aka Coach K, helps senior female corporate executives aspiring for C-suite and board to get promoted. She has helped many of her clients get promoted within 3 months of working with her. She is the creator of over 13 online courses on the innovative art of how to think, an author of over 7 books, having written her first book in just 5 days. Coach Kemi is powerful. She's a powerful and impactful speaker who declares truth with boldness and clarity as she goes on her mission of bringing back the lost art of credible thinking. Kemi is a Cranfield doctoral researcher who occupies her time with legacy building, touching hearts, and making a difference. As a certified trauma informed care professional, she also holds she also holds 2 honorary degrees, numerous certifications, amongst which are Power Change Gold Coach and the NLP Practitioner. And she is the founder and director of How to Think Global Consulting and How to Think for Young People. Please put your hands together and welcome with me Coach Kemi as she shares her experience as a trauma informed professional. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here, Dr. Marino. Adebimpe, thank you for your tireless work in ensuring this is running as it should. I am actually out of Lagos in a retreat within Nigeria, and I'm about to speak. So I'm going to make this short and sharp. Um, there was a question I used to ask when I started teaching the art of how to think. And I wondered why I couldn't reach some people. So the day I heard about the trauma informed care specialist course certification, I thought maybe there's some trauma somewhere. I don't understand what trauma is, blah, blah, blah. And so I attended it. It was amazing, not just an eye opener for my business, but an eye opener for myself as an individual. And so I just want to share some case studies with you. In fact, I had like a specific aha moment. It was a deep aha, like, oh, that's why I've been behaving this way all my life. I did not know. So it was simply amazing, simply eye-opening. It was not just these eyes open, it was deeper, inner eyes were open. So one of the things I have realized as I work with clients is when I can't reach somewhere, I mention trauma. So about a week and a half ago, my brother took me to a restaurant called Ile Inyo. And he liked it so much. He had been there and he said, Kemi, you need to come here. Let's go and eat. I'm never ready to eat when he invites me. So I thought, okay, let's go. He said, look, that looks like the owner there, one young man. He said, let's have a word with him. So I walked up to him while my brother was still doing something in the car. And I said, hi, this is my name. My brother just brought me here. He says that you guys are amazing, da, 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 da. And we walked, so we went in to sit down. He came, sat with us. I said, we just want to have a conversation with you. And as usual, my conversation is, how are we going to scale this up? How are we going to make it bigger? How are you going to earn more money? That's what I do. And I always know it's about their thinking. So we talked for the entire time we're there. We were taking the food away. So we just drank some of their juices. And as I kept asking, so there seemed to be, how do you say, a barrier of sorts. But everything was nice, everything was working well. He wants to do this, he's got people calling him within Nigeria, want to invest, out of Nigeria, want to invest. He said, but I'm not ready. I don't want the wrong person. I kept, no. If somebody says that we are going to give you 100 seats and you only have 10 seats in your restaurant, you're supposed to jump at it, not say, no, I knew there was something wrong, but I didn't hit it. So we were going back and forth. My brother was saying, look, you better work with her. And I was saying, you need to hire me. He said, we can't afford you. He was saying all that stuff. Anyway, we had a brief, break. He was answering this and responding to certain people. And then I said, I asked, has something happened to you in the past that has traumatized you so much? This is a man's man, a huge man, young but man. And I felt odd asking, like, oh man, would anything traumatize? Yes, it does happen to the men too. And so he started telling me a story from way back when he was in university, way back when he just started a little small business. He went deep. At the beginning, I was thinking, that's not the question I asked. You answered the question, bro. I answered the question. I mean, you're going too far. My brother had already lost interest. He was doing something else. And I kept listening intently, like he must be going somewhere. And at the end of the day, he effectively said, there have been two hurts in his life throughout the journey to where he is today. And as far as he's concerned, it's because he was talking to the wrong people. He was close to the wrong people. And he just doesn't want that again. So he's really taking his time. I said, we need to work together. That was trauma that has become part of his blood, part of his clothes, part of his reasoning. And he is unable, as at now, to go past it, to grow his own business. And he was very clear that, yeah, we're going to expand. And when he kept telling me there are investors calling, I get investors calling every day. Why are you not going for it? It's like someone's handing you $1 million and you're saying, no, not yet. Like, pardon, give it to me. But that is one of our case studies. So I use trauma now without necessarily saying much. I use trauma now in my coaching when it comes to how to think. I hope this serves you. If ever you have a stop sign, either in your life or in the life of someone else, saying, no, we can't go, we can't do this. They're just giving you reasons, excuses. No, there is something deeper and you must explore that. You must find it. It's my turn. Yeah. Okay, so that's me done. I hope this really serves you. I suggest you invite your friends to join this symposium. And I suggest you come back and listen to this, even if you're listening to it live. Thank you so much for having me. I have been called in. I need to speak now where I am. Stay strong and thank you. Bye. Am I allowed to go? I can.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, you are allowed to go. Thank you for sparing this time and sharing with us. We are glad to have you in our team as well. Thank you. And next up, we have Coach Stella Emeka Okoli, who would have a profile up and then she would share with us as well. We're getting a profile.
All right. The very next speaker is Mrs. Stella Emeka Okoli. Mrs. Stella Emeka Okoli is a mental health advocate with extensive experience in social performance, communications, and partnership development. She holds a BSc in mass communication and a master's in sustainable development from the University College London. Stella has furthered her knowledge with courses in positive psychology, applied neuroscience, and she is an alumnus of our Jazz Institute, where she studied the Trauma Informed Care for Professionals program. She's passionate about helping mothers with children who have special abilities find fulfillment in the midst of life challenges, hosting the monthly Rediscovering You webinar. Stella has delivered presentations on mental health for various organizations and actively support courses related to cerebral palsy, widows, and women in difficult circumstances. A Rotarian and a member of the IAIA and WIMBIZ here in Nigeria, and she is a proud mother of three extraordinary teenagers, Debbie, Sally, and Bubble. Please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Stella Emeka Okoli.
Thank you, Abby and Jazz Institute. Please, can you hear me? Abby, let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have just 5 minutes, and I would say my first success story is actually getting introduced to jazz. And how did I get introduced to Jazz Institute? I was just scrolling through and I'd seen a lot of trainings and stuff, but I needed something that was practical and something I could relate with and to. And I met Jazz at a point when I would describe myself as the face of trauma. And I also had two young girls with me that were also traumatized because of the accident that my son had just encountered. So that's my first success story, meeting the Jazz Institute, Professor Merino, Abby, and everybody in Jazz Institute is my first success story. Why? Because I myself needed to go through the trauma care myself. I didn't even realize how much trauma I was going through following my son's accident. But having gone through the training itself, it helped me, first of all, to help myself and then to help my girls and then to start to help other people. So like Abby said, most of my work center around the experience I've had dealing with a child who was previously born abled, but then sustained an accident. But I was paying attention to what was happening to me mentally. So I shifted the attention from the child to the primary caregivers. Typically, research has it that more than 60 to 70% of the primary caregivers of children with special needs are their mothers. I have met a few exceptional fathers also, but I focus my attention on mothers, single mothers, and widows and women in very complicated life situations. Incidentally, there isn't enough ministry in the local church, especially back home in Nigeria, to help such distinguished women. So that's what I focused my attention in the last 1.5 years since I completed my training with the Jazz Institute. In terms of success stories, I see success as a journey, really not a destination, especially when you've gone through very traumatic situations like losing a husband, getting divorced, or having a special needs child. So we've done some surveys with the women in this particular group, and I see the key issue is having completely lost control over their life, right? The trauma is now defining how they see the world, challenging their agency, and completely destroy their schema. So they are basically being protocoled by the experience that they've had. And because we are in a religious, very deeply religious and praying environment, people deny the existence of trauma, you know. And when you go to the scriptures, for those who use the scriptures as the basis for their faith, Professor Merino was able to show us a lot of people in the scripture that had gone through trauma, right? And so when I get into my trauma discussion from the scriptural perspective, they see that this is real and they open up. So in the last 16 months after I finished my training with Jazz Institute, I just took the bold step, encouraged by my daughter and one of her friends, to run the free mental health webinar. And I approach mental health and trauma from a very practical point of view. So for instance, we can be talking about shame. We can talk about how you compare yourself with the social media and what it does to your mind. Because when you're looking at the pictures in the social media, you don't realize that they've been photobombed, right? They've been finished. And when you look at yourself and you don't look as fine as those people, and you begin to compare yourselves with those people, those are the kind of approaches that I have, apart from when I'm dealing with women who have children with special needs. In that case, what we have seen is an utter sense of helplessness because their life is being driven by the situation that they found themselves in this particular instance, their children. So I would like to call attention to two particular experiences that I've had in coaching and counseling two people. Incidentally, two of them are medical doctors. One of them, in rounding up, because I have just 5 minutes, one of them, in rounding up, I worked with him for a period of 12 weeks because Dr. Merino said two things. Don't tell your client not to do what you are not doing. So this is not theory. And secondly, she said, don't ever use a tool that you have not been trained on. So irrespective of the fact that I didn't really know much, I still went ahead to discuss with and work with this medical doctor who was severely depressed, and he was also on pills to be able to sleep. After a period of 12 weeks, we had to spend an hour every week for 12 weeks. He actually went off his medication and he wrote a very long essay on his journey through depression and the work that we did. This is a medical doctor. And I also work with, incidentally, another medical doctor whose son underwent a surgery and came out with an anoxic brain injury. Imagine she's a doctor and her husband is a lawyer, and your son just underwent this very supposedly simple surgery and came out with a very terrible traumatic brain injury. And when I started working with this doctor, what I found out first of all was the issue of not accepting what had happened. And when it comes to trauma, if you don't accept what has happened, it's very difficult for you to receive help. And so within a period of 5 weeks, she also sent in her success story. There was something she said. She said that for 2 years, she was not able to buy something for herself because each time she wanted to get something for herself, her mind would be telling her, like, look at your child is sick and you want to buy something for yourself. But within that 5 weeks, she was able to buy a weave-on that she had been wanting to buy, and we celebrated it so much. Secondly, she was also using the control wheel, which is a simple tool that I developed. She was able to to check the things that are within her control and the things that are not within her control, and the things that she should just let go of. We had a crying session. I joined her in the crying, but she had to let go of the things that were not within her control. And finally, she gained clarity, according to her, to be able to take the next step. At the end of the 5 weeks, we were able to have a vision board, a 10-year vision board, starting from December 2023 to 10 years ahead, and she could see clearly what she's supposed to do, how she's supposed to do it, and the resources required. And she's actually very excited. I think I'm going to stop here. I could go on and on and on, but like I said, my first success story is myself. Being able to get in touch with Jazz Institute, and believe you me, if you haven't had any contact with Jazz Institute, I think you should invite your whole family to do so. Thank you, Professor Merino. I love you so much. And Jazz Institute. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's always great to see the amazing work you do on your social media as well. I see those posts and you are free to share your handles in the chat, because I know people would love to connect with you. Please share your handles in the chat so they can connect with you as well. Thank you so much for taking out this time to share with us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Nafisat Ogunbono, who is going to share also our own success story with trauma care and the work she's been doing. We'll have a bio come up first, and then she will come to share with us.
Okay. Okay, our very next speaker is our clinical psychologist, Madam Nafisat Ogunbono Fadipe. Nafisa Ogunbono Fadipe is the founder and lead therapist at Psychic Care Psychological Center. She's a graduate of psychology from Obafemi Awolowo University. She has a certificate in mental health and sexual abuse prevention course from Richmond Graduate Institute in the US. Her second degree is her master's in clinical psychology from University of Lagos, while she did her clinical attachment at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital. She is also an alumnus of the Jazz Institute Trauma Care for Professionals program. She works with Blue Room Care as a psychologist, a clinical psychologist, and she also lectures part-time at the West African Union University, Cotonou, Benin. She has helped many people in overcoming their mental health challenges over the years, both virtually and offline. Beautiful Nafisat is married with lovely kids. Please put your hands together and welcome to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Nafisat Ogunbono Fadipe.
Oh my God. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually very happy to be here this afternoon. Okay, so in the trauma informed care space, we are doing so much. We work with people on a daily basis, helping people get clarity, changing their thought pattern, controlling emotion, behavior, and all of that. Okay, like the last speaker actually said that our first success story is, getting to meet Dr. Merino, doing trauma-informed care course. That is just it. Even though I'm a clinical psychologist, I can say, oh my God, that trauma-informed care course, it was just 100%. And doctor has just done justice to the whole thing. I got exposed to so many things, I can't even start mentioning them. And it has helped me in a number of ways. But it helped my practice. It helped me as an individual, even though I'm a clinical psychologist. So I really appreciate her. I appreciate Justice as well. You're doing wonderfully well. Mrs. Adebikwe, everybody, thank you so much. Okay, so as a clinical psychologist, as a trauma-informed care coach, I work with people, as I said. So this person I would like to talk about. This woman, she has, in fact, she has met so many people. She has been in this thing for the past, let's say, 15 years. She has been going from different places, those that are very familiar with Nigeria, she has gone from different states, Lagos, Ibadan, just to get the best hand that can help her. She's also a Muslim. Maybe she's not well informed about some things. So she feel, maybe it's a spiritual attack. Maybe somebody is behind her window that is, disturbing her. But thank God she got to, she got introduced to me. And I was able to explain why she's behaving the way she do, why she's thinking the way she thinks, the trauma experiences, the traumatic experiences she has had in the past, how it affects what she does now. She really appreciates the whole thing. And now, this woman is doing wonderfully well now. In fact, when I was discussing with her that there's a program I would like her to, and then she was like, oh my God, I really have to be there. In fact, I wish I could talk, to let everybody know what you guys are really doing. You get, so that is it. Thank God that these people are getting to know what we do at Jazz Institutes. And I would just like to encourage everyone here, if you've not learned about trauma, if you've not really got exposed to jazz, maybe this is your first time coming across Jazz Institute's work. In fact, you are really missing a lot. So this is the best time to, get to learn about trauma, get to know what is really happening to you, especially if you've gone through some traumatic experiences in the past. This is the best time to learn about this thing. So you even thank me later. I am sure of that. All right. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Nafisa. Thank you for sharing with us your experience. I believe people are catching up to what's going on as to trauma care and what is being done. Again, you can also share your handles in the chat so that people can connect with you in the area that they might need help or to collaborate with you. So thank you all for staying on. We are not done. There's still more coming. We have sessions to talk about. We'll be talking about trauma and religion, which is happening tomorrow. We'll be talking about trauma with refugees and displaced persons. We'll be talking about trauma with people living with disabilities. We'll be talking about organizational leadership and the trauma informed workplace. There's so much more we still have to talk about. So please stay on. And right now, we'll be bringing on Dr. Merino, who will be talking briefly with some of our. Okay, we have Dr. Merino coming up to talk to us right now.
Can you hear me?
Not yet.
All right. No, I said you were going to say who was going to be talking with our, and I was like, don't say that. You come back up, Esther, because my conversation is going to be with you right now. We're taking a break, right? You didn't tell them about the break. So we need to take a break right now. And after the break, can you please tell them who is coming up after the break? Esther?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be having.
Okay.
We'll be having Dr. Feven. Oh, Feven will be Gabriel. And Miss Grace Alexander, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba, Dr. Erica Holmes, and Tolulade Ogunduile, and they'll be talking about these topics that I have already mentioned earlier. So right now we'll be going on a break, and then when we come back, we'll resume the sessions with all these other amazing people who we're going to have on board soon. So this break is going to be for you to take a walk. I know you may need to get lunch and take some water or stretch, So we'll be going away for just 5 minutes and we'll be back. So take this time again to walk around, maybe catch up in the chats, those you need to connect with and you want to get their handles and search for them right now. This is a good time to do that. So we'll be on here, but the break is on.
All right. Thank you for sharing that with us. Because they said that it said I'm muted. Am I really muted?
No, we can.
Okay. And so I think it has been the ones who shared their life experiences. It almost felt like it almost felt like a commercial for jars. That was not the intention, but we really thank you. The intention was for you guys to just tell us what is happening in your life, in your practices, in your organizations. And I know that you're doing great and wonderful work that you're doing out there, and that is what we really wanted to hear. But we also we'll take all of the testimonials that we can get, because we know that this program has been life changing. Our it's called a trauma care program, not necessarily trauma informed. We call it trauma care program. It is a 15-week program that we do, and we train people in trauma care. At the universities that I work with, I'm a professor of psychology. We know that either your master's program or your doctorate program, you only get one course in trauma. So especially if you're not a trauma a trauma specialist, right? And so what we've done is, when we came into this space, the African space, I noticed that a lot of people were calling themselves mental health practitioners and mental health this, and they were not psychologists, neither were they psychiatrists, neither were they master level anything. They were life coaches, right? Who had taken courses in coaching courses or program, or taking courses in anger management or emotional IQ. Or the emotional intelligence courses. And so we wanted to add to that, because a lot of coaching programs will tell you that, hey, do not work with in mental health space at all. But it is impossible. In Nigeria, for example, there's 200 practicing psychiatrists, and we're losing them every day to the West, because they leave. And psychologists, we have about the same, maybe 250 or so practicing for a country of 200 million. So I know that those of us in the space who are psychologists, who are, therapists, who have your certification, and you try to, there's this thing that goes on with, we don't want them to be doing work that we're doing. But look, we need to prepare people to actually do the rudimentary work, to be able to identify trauma, to be able to know how to triage trauma, to be able to know how to prevent trauma, so that we are not deluged. So that is what we do. We amplify what you've already had. And when we train you in doing that, think of it as a continuing education unit, or we have the 15 weeks, which is actually for the coaching itself. And so it will be a therapeutic coach. All right, so it's 5 minutes break. I see a question. What is that question says?
Slides.
Can we be enrolled? The slides okay. Can somebody read that for me? Can we be emailed the slide? I couldn't say it. Can we be emailed the slides? The slides are proprietary to the people who are sharing them. We don't have any onus over the slides, so you would have to reach out to the person who presented. However, this presentation is public, so you can always go back to the recording itself. The recording will stay on FaceTime. It will stay on YouTube, and we're also going to share it on Instagram. So you're going to have access to it. But we can't promise you the slide, because it's not our slides, if that makes sense, right? Any other questions? Any other housekeeping stuff that we need to? Yeah, I see. about the great testimonial. I see that. That's amazing. All right. So we have a few more minutes. Esther, you're doing a great job here. Esther, so for you, you also are now a therapeutic coach. Yeah, tell us a little bit about about what you do and how that's been helping you while I'm eating something. It's a break. Come on. Wellness. Go ahead.
Okay. Before being trauma trained, of course, I've heard that there's therapy and people had struggles, but I never really knew how to unpack trauma and help people heal. So, taking the trauma course has opened my eyes to a lot of things. Right now, I volunteer with a wellness center here in Lagos, and I also work with clients who need to do some trauma work at the level that they are, and taking a being becoming trauma informed helps me look beyond the surface problems these people present. And I think that's the part that people don't really talk about. People come and say, "Oh, I can't sleep," and we just want to straight off prescribe a medication or just tell them, "Oh, try this and that," but we don't get to really investigate what's the root issue, why this person can't sleep. It may just be some trauma that has not been healed from, that has been disturbing the person's sleep, or it may actually be um, the body's response to this trauma that's causing the person not to sleep. So, being able to help people really get to the root of whatever issues they're dealing with is part of the trauma work, and it's really, really important. And for me, that's one good thing that I've been able to apply to the work I do with people, even at the center where I work, individuals of all ages, old, young. I currently work with a teenage boy who also, it's been a journey really, but understanding that sometimes people are exposed to things at a certain stage in their life. Particularly, we've mentioned the adverse childhood experiences, and that can affect their development even if they are past the age of, oh, you expect them, oh, you're supposed to be an adult, and the person has not aged beyond where they got stuck. So it's a whole work that requires intentionality and commitment, both from you as the individual trying to help them and the client involved as well. So yeah, I don't know if that helps someone who is listening, but that's it for me.
Yeah, that really helped. Thank you, Esther. And look, it's a delight for me to watch people blossom and to see people grow in this profession and in this line of in this space of healing. I always tell my students this: every point of entry should have healing task. So either somebody's greeting you hello, either you're taking is intake, either whatever it is, either you're talking to them on the phone. Every single point of contact, every single point of entry needs to be healing. So I'm hoping that those of you who are at home are beginning to, or in your workplaces, are following along, and you are getting some things from this. If you have any questions, show us some love emojis. Let's see them, and let us know that we are really reaching you, and you are we're taking this journey with you. So give us some likes, give us some loves, and so that we also need encouragement, so that we know that we are actually um, reaching the goals or the tasks that we give to ourselves. And Esther is looking at me that it's time, right? Is that what that is all about? Yes. All right. So it is time for us to bring for the next session. I'm really excited for this next session to see all of the power hitters I hear, and they're coming to service us. This is what happens when you're hungry. Go ahead, and I'm going to go eat. Go ahead. Take me off.
Please.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a very much needed interlude, if I could call it that. So next we have Miss Grace Alexander. It's Mrs. Okay. Mrs. Grace Alexander, who will be talking to us about trauma and disabilities. Please, would have a bio first, and then she'll come up to share with us.
All right. Well, I can just say well done to everyone. Our very next speaker is fondly in our midst here, fondly called Auntie Grace. She is Mrs. Grace Alexander. Mrs. Grace Alexander is a dedicated advocate for individuals with disabilities in the UK and Africa. With degrees in English language and education from the University of Ife, Nigeria, as well as qualifications in social work from Metropolitan University London, she has built a career as a compassionate champion for disability rights and social inclusion. Grace is the founder and CEO of the Star Children Development Initiative, SCDI, an organization that provides support, awareness, and education to parents of children with special education needs and disabilities. Drawing on her personal experience as a parent of a child with special education needs and disabilities, she's established SCDI to raise awareness about disability issues and advocate for the rights of disabled children and youth. Madam Grace also co-founded Every Woman Matters UK Summit, a not-for-profit organization addressing development issues for girls, women, and youths, including individuals with disabilities. She believes in the power of collaboration to empower individuals with special abilities and has worked with numerous organizations in the UK and in Africa to combat discrimination and stigma globally. Madam Grace is the proud mother of a 28-year-old son diagnosed with epilepsy and global developmental delay, and she has received numerous awards for her advocacy, including the Hackney 100 Women Award in 2019 for her contributions to disability issues in Hackney, UK. She is a trauma-informed care professional and a strength factory coach, and she's committed to the principles of equality, social justice for all. Madam Grace is happily married. Please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Grace Alexander.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me this afternoon. And thank you for, Esther forgot to mention that I'm also an alumni of Jazz Institute. So it's a great opportunity to be part of the Jazz Educational Institute. And I want to especially thank Professor Merino, who has brought a lot of meaning into my experience of raising a young man. That's my last child, a young man with disability. He is 28 years old. So, and I'm very passionate, and I think our life is made of impact and service. So what I want to say is that trauma in people with disability. So now we have entered in an area where we need to understand that mental health and disability are intertwined. So the two must be viewed as shared narrative. As a proud mother of a young man with disability, I found my experience of raising him. He wasn't born with disability, and when he was 7, he was having epileptic fits, 21 to 28 a day. So it was very traumatic for me. It was it was something that I was confused about, and not realizing that I've internalized it where I come from, because I've been living in UK for 32 years, and I had my son in UK, my last son in UK, and I was thinking about the shame, because I've internalized the shame, the stigma, the taboo, the myths that are associated with disability. So I was like masking, I was anxious, I was worried, I was going through post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms. So it was very, very traumatic. Even though I was in England, I was not actually focusing on my son. I was focusing on the effects of actually having him in the first place as a son. So I want to say, according to the World Health Organization, over 1 billion people live with some form of disability. This translates that 15% of the world population having significant difficulties in functioning, often requiring health care services. I can say that because raising my son for 28 years has been my lived experience. So, and one thing is that as a mother with disability, you are also a proud mother. As a mother with disability, you are also disabled, because a lot of things affect your career, your individuality, your authenticity. All those things are affected by actually raising, and to the extent that you are pretending, you are masking, you are not accepting, and that acceptance is really critical to moving forward. So, and then what is disability? Because there are two things here. What is disability? According to the United Nations, people with disabilities include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full effective participation in the society on an equal basis with others. So there is a lack of interaction between the impairment and the form of and their environment. So that is, and as a proud mother of one, I felt disabled because of those stigmas. So for a long time, people with disability are being subject to multiple violations of their rights, including the acts of violence. Most women with disability, they face a lot of violence, domestic violence, or gender-based violence, even as women. So you can imagine that as a woman, we face gender-based violence. If you are a woman with disability or a mother of a child with disability, that is triple whammy. So it's so difficult, and you start dealing, and it can be so, that experience can be so dramatic, because one of the things we have to understand is that disability is one of the major causes of divorce and separation, because you are treated as an outcast, you are ostracized in a way. So they face acts of disrespect because of their disability, which interacts with other forms of discrimination based on their age, gender, and among factors. So now the next thing is the intersectionality between disability, trauma, and behavior. In other words, our societies is riddled with multiple forms of discrimination. Ableism, which means one-way traffic, means you have to follow this one way. They don't realize that everybody is unique. Everybody, disability to me means uniqueness, but the society is not prepared to accept that uniqueness. It has to be one way. That's in the short form, that's ableism. Biases, either conscious or unconscious biases. Stereotypes, myths, and abuses due to the social cultural perception. That's it, what the society constructs when it comes to either you are living with disability or you have a child with disability. So statistics, up to 80% disabled people are hidden. Then we must not forget hidden disability. So disability is not only things you can see. They are hidden. People with dyslexia, people that they call the imbecile, which for me is not, it's not actually right. Everybody has different learning styles. Everybody have different learning styles. Everybody have different the way they perceive information. So different learning styles. You can be audio, you can be visual, you can be kinetic. My son is kinetic. So the different forms. So everybody, we are created fearfully and wonderfully, and we are created for God purpose. So hidden that dyslexia, like people that are neurodivergent, and they have different degrees. It could be mild, it could be moderate, it could be substantial, it could be complex. So some people are not even aware they have these people. They have disability. People that have cancer, people that have long-term COVID. The effect is can actually affect their daily functioning. So as for me, I embark on a path to confront and dispel them. I realize that the only permission and validation I have ever needed was my own. This realization was the turning point. Yes, I have to validate. I have to make sure that I validate those assumptions, and so that I can move forward. I can be able to accept my son, where I began to harness the power within me to chart a new course, to change, not because the world demanded it, but because I deserve better from that assumption. And my son deserves better from those assumptions, from those stereotypes. For me, he's a human being. Having a disability does not mean you are not does not make you less of a human being. So what is trauma? Next slide, please. What is trauma? Going through the experience, going through an experience that is very stressful, very frightening. Yes, I find it really frightening. I cried for 7 years. Very distressful, because you start masking, you start pretending, start thinking you are in this what I'll call a denial syndrome, where you are in denial. I faced that before I started. I went through mitigation before I started accepting my son. You understand? So, and when you go through all that, trauma means you lose the ability to cope because you are overwhelmed. It is overwhelming, and this can affect us emotionally, psychologically. So the effect on the body is called trauma. So trauma is also referred to as a wound we carry in our body. Hence, our reaction is way out of proportion. Yes, because you have nervous dysregulation, you experience emotional dysregulation as well. Every part of the traumatic reaction is designed to disconnect us. We decide to disconnect us. So this means that our usual ways of coping are overwhelmed, leaving us feeling frightened, feeling unsafe. We can be traumatized through one-off events such as accident, violent attacks, or natural disaster. Like if there is any natural disaster, and that leaves an impression on your mind. So this connection leaves us feeling ungrounded and unsafe. Next slide, please. Yes, these are the loss of, I will just mention them, the loss of self-worth, the loss of so many things, loss of trust, stigma, disassociation. Those are the effects, the impact of trauma. And I felt all that because I was actually disconnecting with people. I felt lonely. I self-isolated myself. You can be in a group and be self-isolated as well. So next slide, please. So facts, it is important to know that traumatic events can happen at any age and can cause long-term harm to your health and overall well-being. I had my last one at 38, and that was the way I felt was so terrible that I cried for 7 years. It took me 7 years to actually accept my son as a human being. So trauma can happen to anybody regardless of their economic status. Everybody has a different reaction to trauma. So you might notice any effect quickly or long time afterwards. Sometimes you can have a flashback. Sometimes you can start having panic attacks as well due to due to what you've gone through. So, and trauma is a pervasive problem. Yes. Trauma. And one good thing is that it is not a death sentence. Next slide. So the impact of living with disability and the impact on parents of children with you feel frightened, under threat, you are hyper vigilant all the time, thinking, oh, what is going to happen? I felt that because epilepsy kills. And you can know how, thank God for going through the training of trauma and how you can actually reframe your mind to fix your thoughts. And that helped me because it can kill. And that can mean that you have insomnia, having sleepless nights, and have a lot of things. You feel humiliated. Even your husband's family will say, where have you gotten this child? You feel humiliated, you feel rejected, abandoned, invalidated, unsafe, unsupported. People are not ready to support you. People are they are thinking you're an outcast. So you feel trapped. How long will this go? Recently, a woman was telling me that, oh, he went to hospital, that when is his daughter, the child has cerebral palsy, and the child is also epileptic. And the doctor was saying, you are even thinking about that. I saw that and I called her. I said, I've been going through that and I am happy. And you have just been going through this for 5 years. So let God do his work and just reposition your mind. All things will be fine. So I was able to go through with her some sessions, and she's okay. She's fine. She's in the unit doing doing part-time course. So you feel ashamed. I feel ashamed of my child. People asking you, why is he not talking? Why is he not a child that was talking before? Why is he not talking? You know, and you feel powerless and helpless. Next slide. So trauma is like a wound, like I said, it is painful and affects one's personality. So you either start masking, some people, they start masking their identity. You are not authentic anymore. You take on another new person as a result of the effects of the trauma. So some people take up a lot of patterns in order to survive, and you are using this to make yourself feel good, and you are doing this to make yourself survive. And the experience also leaves me feeling hypervigilant. Hey, I was nearly running away, even from hospital, and using maladaptive responses. For example, I love clothes. I love to dress. I was going overdrawn to buy clothes so that I can feel good. So the sense of feeling a sense of loss brought a lot of roller coaster emotions, which are negative, such as shame, self-alienation, which prevents my ability to make meaning from my experience. Next slide, please. I'll soon finish. So the good news is that trauma does not have to be a death sentence. A psychologist called Viktor Frankl, when he wrote, our greatest freedom is the freedom to choose our attitude. Period. Is to choose our attitude. What information are you sending to your brain? Next slide, please. So our mindset is a useful tool in shaping our reality. So your choice is your reality. Do you want to sink or you want to swim? I choose to swim, to weather the storm by the grace of God. And a part of it is my spiritual resilience too. That really helped me. So I've come to realize a profound truth that many often overlook. Our beliefs. Whatever you are going through, what are your beliefs? Those negative strips that stay on a loop in your mind and possess unparalleled power to shape your reality. So what are your limiting thoughts? It is important to guide our thoughts and feeling. Be intentional about being positive in your thoughts. Why do we hold limiting belief with such tenacity? Our brain attacks negative things, but we have the power to reprogram the information we send to our brain. So if care is not taken, if it can limit our personal growth, professional growth, and productivity, it won't limit us to be feeling very useless. Next slide, please. So thank you. So I just want to use this opportunity to thank everybody. I hope everybody have everybody enjoyed my presentation. And I want to use this opportunity to thank Professor Merino, my fan. Honestly, you are a star woman. And I want to thank Adebimpe as well, my buddy, my namesake. My Yoruba name is Adebimpe. I want to thank everybody. Esther, I can see your face clearly. Thank you so much. So thank you, everybody, and I hope you are being blessed by this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. We love you too. Thank you for that powerful session. We really appreciate you taking time out to also share with us. We also love you. Thank you so much, ma'am, and have a good rest of your evening or day. I don't know what time it is where you are.
No, it's the same time we're using here in
Please.
Nigeria now.
Okay. So it's not switched yet. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Marino also appreciates you, and she would reach out to you, I'm sure. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So I can say thank you.
Why do I look frozen?
I wanted to talk to her.
Okay.
Grace, but you took her off.
Okay, she's here now.
Hello.
Hello, my prof.
Hello. How are you?
Emeritus. My
Mrs.
colleague.
Grace Alexander, Auntie Grace. Awesome. Look, one of the things I love about this, I know you're leaving. That's why I'm coming up to talk to you now, because I'm going to talk to all the speakers.
Yeah.
As a group, right? But they told me you're leaving. I just want to say that what you have done for the face of disability, especially on the continent, is to make it is to destigmatize it. You know, you really are one of those people who single-handedly has been able to champion the people with disability, their right to be human and to be treated as such. And I want to say thank you for that. Keep doing the work that you do. And I know you have Prof there, your son with disability, but you know what? The other people that you give voice to are the carers, you know, the caregivers. You know, you because I've spoken for you several times, and your thing is let them know that because they're carers, they're also being traumatized in some ways, and they need to address that. So thank you for that. And
Thank you so
your
much.
presentation was powerful.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sideways. Thank you.
All right. See you next week, because
Yeah,
let me tell
I can't
everybody
wait.
your book launch. Tell them about your book launch.
Yes. So yes, I've written a book called the title of the book is Living with the Unexpected. It was quite unexpected. It took me almost 7 years to accept, and cultivating joy in the midst of multiple challenges. So the challenge is not just one day. It's a dynamic, but I've learned how to handle them. So in the book, it's going to tell you about how do you handle the roadblocks in your journey? How do you handle those roadblocks,
Excellent.
those barriers, those struggles, those challenges? So
Yeah.
it would be nice to have everybody there. Thank you so much. God bless
It's
you.
next week. It's next coming weekend. See you in Lagos. All right.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much. God bless you, Professor. Thank you.
All right. Remove.
Okay, thank you so much once again, Mrs. Grace. Next up, we'll be having Mrs. Feven Wood Gabriel, and we'll have a bio come up first, and then we'll bring her up.
Alrighty. Our very next speaker is Mrs. Feven Hadis Wulde Gabriel. Such a beautiful name. Feven Hadis is a multi-skilled, highly resourceful, innovative, and motivated professional with a superb track record of strong project management with over 20 decades of successful experience in the health as well as education sector. She regularly deals with stakeholders and manage complex projects that benefit her community in special emphasis for women and children as the founder, CEO of Creative Professionals Consult. Since 2015, Feven is running various projects in collaboration with universities and various organizations right there in Ethiopia. She's also working as the country representative in Ethiopia for Focus Birth Association since 2019. She oversees creating partnerships of Focus Birth Association with the Ministry of Health, the Gamo Zone Health Bureau, the Aberminch University, and the 53 health centers found in Gamo Zone. She looks after the day-to-day implementation of the project and supervises the highly trained TOTs and over 480 healthcare professionals who are working day and night to save mothers and newborn babies. Fervent, before founding her consultancy firm in 2015, has also been the deputy CEO of Hamlin Fistula Ethiopia. She is a mother of four and has a master's degree from Addis Ababa University. One of the things I would like to say about Fervent before bringing her up is that she is a global nomad that currently resides in Ethiopia, and she's currently putting together a project to reintegrate over 200,000 survivors, right, of the war that has gone on in Ethiopia. So please give a warm round of applause to Feven Hadis as we bring her on to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm Feven. I'm based in Addis. Thank you. You all already brilliantly have made a good introduction. And I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you for each and everyone in JARS education, especially to Dr. Marino. And now Miss Grace also touched my heart very warmly because she shared her experience about her son with epileptic. I am a woman who is very much familiar with an epileptic brother, and I completely understand the journey you have gone. Kudos to you, kudos to you, Miss Grace. So when coming to my topic, it's addressing trauma in vulnerable population that will considering refugees and displaced people. And this would be like one of the very great opportunities so far, especially for the last 3 years. On the introduction you have heard, I am a global nomad. Till the last 3 years, I used to feel like I am a citizen of this world. So all my work have been involved mainly with women and children, but I never have been like specifying myself to one destination. I know I'm a very proud Ethiopian, but at the same time, I feel women and children in the wider world have to have access. That's why I was working the last 20 something years, traveling here and there. But what happened in Ethiopia the last 3 years was something that dramatically changed my life. I think it would be like for the bad because still we are in that situation. So I would like to take this opportunity to talk about from our personal perspective with the refuge and with the internally displaced people of Tigray. In 2020, November, almost exactly 3 years ago, a war broke in Ethiopia, and it was like a civil war. When it started, it looks like a problem that would be addressing by the government with a group of elites and ruling class, but eventually it went to a very down the drain and it cost us like lives. Tigray is a place that is found in Ethiopia, in the upper part of Ethiopia, in the northern part of Ethiopia, with a total population of not more than 6% of the total population. But what happened, more than the government mobilized more than 94% of the rest of the population. And what happened in the last 3 years was losing more than 1 million. As civilians, we feel like more than 1 million people passed away. but still to have a better numbering. Most of UN agencies are approving over 800 people died. And the UN organizations, they don't want to admit it's a genocide because of the political situation, but still UN agencies are saying it's crime against humanity and human rights abuse. It's not only the 800,000 people we lost, it practically puts each household lost more than two well-educated cream of the population, and now we are in a very dire situation. Apart from the ones who have lost their life, over 150,000 people have been, over 1.5 million people have been displaced, and the rest, nearly 65,000 people, have fled to the neighboring country, Sudan. So what happened, the people who traveled to Sudan are like our refuge. At the same time, people who have been displaced in our homes, in our country, are still living in schools where there would be no access, because 7 months ago, the UN agencies and USAID decided to halt the supplying of aid for the vulnerable people. So in between, we lost a huge number of people. And when I was in that very curved time, we met with Dr. Marino last February, and we have an opportunity to discuss about what was going on in the country. So we were able to plan and implement the trauma care training. What so far, JARS Education gave us an opportunity to train more than 10 people in the training program. The our refuge, especially this over 65,000 refugees who fled to Sudan, they have like the first exposure of trauma, because they have been persecuted, and there was a lot of killing. At the same time, forced evacuation from their home and living in Sudan, asking for aid. At the same time, there was a problem in Sudan stability, as Africa is like, the instability becomes a very prominent life for people to not to have a very stable lifestyle. Then there was this climate change, and they have been they have had very difficult situation of traveling, a situation of flood that comes from the climate impact. And it definitely, still they are living there and they are under the problem. At the same time, our internally displaced people have no place, because already the pro government or the pro invaders are still occupying the place. So the people couldn't go back and rehabilitate in their own localities. So still they are staying in temporary shelters. So education is not facilitated for the rest of the population, because the schools are taken over by the displaced people in the area. So it's all in all still it's going on. We are in the last 3 years as a citizen, not more than 6 million people. We are having a day by day problem with regard to our beneficiary, with regard to our refugees. At the same time, the internally displaced organizations, still USAID and UN agencies are claiming they will resume the already halted aid, but still they didn't do it yet. We are hoping, even people who live in the capital city, we don't have access to help our family, because there was siege, there was lots of problem. I personally lost number of family members, and it really is like a saddening time for us. So the training and this opportunity becomes a very prominent in my life, because I was like one of the people who thinks Africans won't be affected by trauma. But honestly, it was like the more we absorb the trauma, we are having lots of difficulty, and it really impacted our life. And the health facilities are this, we need like a lot of reintegration program apart from the physical and socioeconomic reintegration program. We definitely need the the psychological, the trauma treatment, at the same time psychological support, so people will come back to their normal situation. For me, it really is like a serious pain, because learning, the whole world was watching while this genocide happening, and no one was taking measure, and the international community failed us as citizens, and we feel we have been betrayed by the international community. But at the same time, I wish this opportunity will give us, and I can see some of our trains are part of this uh, symposium, so we will take some concrete point where we can take it out and help our people, so we will have an opportunity to rehabilitate our people and start reintegration program in a better way. Uh, the figures we are having are really, especially in health wise, in education wise, in food productions wise, it really is very heartbreaking. It looks like we are more than 40 years backward. And now I am in a point where I feel like where I don't belong. I couldn't feel, I have been in this world for 45 years, and I used to feel like I have a home, but now I feel like I am like an outsider, and that one have its own impact. At the same time, I couldn't be the good voice for our refugees, at the same time our disabled displaced population in up north. So I'm looking forward for each and every contribution where we will take on and we will implement it with our people. And thank you so much for JARS Education, Dr. Marino and Abby, all the team in JARS. Thank you so much. I will look forward for more fruitful. And one other thing, hopefully when things are coming back, hopefully we will run this symposium at home. So it would be an opportunity. Our African friends and our sisters and brothers will come and have our symposium in our homeland, where you will share our culture and everything we have to offer. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We really appreciate you. And we look forward to that time when we would come and have the symposium with you there and enjoy the Ethiopian culture. Thank you so much,
My
ma'am. We're
pleasure.
grateful. Yeah. I hope we are still here together. I believe we are. And as we move on, we still have three more sessions to go. And right now, we'll be having a session with Dr. Yetunde Anibaba, and we'll have our profile up first, and then she will come up.
All right. Our very next speaker is Dr. Yetunde Anibaba. Yetunde Anibaba is a trauma-informed management educator and organizational development professional. She teaches analysis of business problems and decision making on with the executive MBA as well as other senior executive education programs at the Lagos Business School. She has designed and taught on several highly rated short focus seminars and custom executive programs in the school, including the yearly problem solving and decision making for executives and driving digital revolution. Prior to joining LBS, she occupied several positions in the information technology sector with experience in the areas of ICT and human resource management. He today holds a BSc and MSc degrees in sociology, MI she has a master's in international law and diplomacy as well as a PhD in organizational behavior. She's an alumna of the University of Lagos, LBS, the IESE Business School, the Wharton School, and of course, she is an alumnus of the Jazz Education Institute as well. She provides advisory services to a number of organizations and is also a member of the Humanistic Management Network. Please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba.
I hope you can hear me clearly. Yeah. Can you confirm that you can hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. We can
Okay.
Yes.
So, I'm going to try to share my slide. I hope I can figure it out in StreamYard, but I'm sure I can. Let's see. Okay, hopefully. Oops. Sorry, 1 second, please. I just want to make sure that I can get it out. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Share. 1 second, please. Okay, I think this is the correct slides. It's uploading, so it should come up shortly. Okay, can you see my slides? Can anyone see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's always nice to join Jazz at these events. Having listened to some of Miss Grace's presentation, as well as the last presenter, it feels kind of awkward talking about the organization right now, but well, let's see how it goes. I shouldn't take too long. My objective is simply to increase our awareness about how trauma shows up in the workplace and what we should be or could be doing about it. I've had the privilege to lead sessions on leadership in organizations with several different kinds of organizations, and particularly financial services organizations. And truth be told, this is one of those topics that is, it's initially considered as, what has this got to do with everything we're trying to talk about? What has this got to do with all the conversation about making money, and all of those kinds of things? So I think that to a great extent, we need to mainstream these conversations. And so from time to time, when I do lead leadership sessions, I try to sneak in a conversation around these kinds of things. And when people can relate with it, they tend to want to buy into it. The thing I think about us in this context in Nigeria, especially in Lagos, is the tendency to want to show the hard side of us, and we think that is what helps people to work well or to be effective at work. But I've found that hardness only just causes everyone to be less than who they really should be. So anyway, so much for background. So I'm just going to talk through a few slides. How does trauma show up in the workplace? One of the very common things these days is the anxiety. Chronic anxiety shows up when, or anxiety generally shows up in the face of deadlines, in the face of a boss that, has expectations that are perhaps beyond what you think they should have in any form of fashion. And the implication of that is that it affects our ability to function properly in the workplace. Stress, of course. If you live in Lagos or you live in any major city like this one, you know that we're constantly exposed to all sorts of stress, all sorts of stressors in the work, outside the work. Now, I think the interesting thing about talking about the workplace in particular for me is the fact that for anybody that has a regular job, you know that you spend most of your life at work these days. Even if it's not for traffic's sake, most of our hours are spent in the workplace, and so it's important to think about these things. Another way that it manifests is emotional numbing or lack of feeling. I was leading a session for some senior managers in a bank recently, and I said to them that if you have no feelings about anything, in other words, when anything goes wrong, you just shrug it off, you have no feelings about it, that there's something wrong with you, because there's a whole part of your brain dedicated to emotion. And so if you have no emotion at all about an issue, then you already have a problem and you probably need help. The implication of that is that you cannot empathize with your team members. You can't relate with whatever it is they're going through because you've numbed your own feelings about issues. Lack of focus is another popular one, right? And I'm sure that many of us can relate with the idea that, focusing on a particular thing per time seems to be a lot more difficult these days. Irritability, we're sort of touch and go kind of, a lot of our touch and go, any little trigger and we react. And avoidance of work, people would rather not do as much as they were doing. And what I find interesting about this conversation is that, in the old days when we do all of this research in the light of organizations before this time, they were not these issues were not front and center. It was more like, those few people in the organization that are going through this. But these days, it is prevalent. And so you find that when you're talking to leaders, one of their biggest challenges today is how to deal with the younger generation. And it's dealing with the younger generation as though you're dealing with some kind of people out of Mars or something like that. When in fact, they are simply people that have grown up and been exposed to a different set of experiences, and therefore they probably experience these things more than we do. Again, talking to another set of leaders, the conversation came down to, but with us, when your boss said this or did that, we simply dealt with it, we shrugged it away, and we moved on, right? And I often said to them that, well, the kind of resilience they've built and the context in which they evolved as leaders is completely different from what we're seeing today. So like it or not, all of these things are a lot more today. And you find people coming to organizations, they start working today, in another 1 or 2 weeks, they've dropped their resignation. And you wonder, how do you do that? Well, it's happening more and more these days. There's hardly a program I teach on where somebody doesn't share a case like that. But these things are showing up more and more. Whether we like it or not, it's time to pay attention. It's been time to pay attention to it for a while, actually. Now, what are the mechanisms by which all of these characters or all of these things show up? Physical and unsafe workplaces. A lot of times when we talk about mental health, we forget about the physical experience of work. We forget that beyond even just accidents? What is the nature of the workplace? Is it a place where people feel safe to work from a physical perspective as well as from a mental and emotional perspective? These physically unsafe workplaces is one of those mechanisms by which trauma is expressed in the workplace or transmitted in the workplace. Of course, the very common one, abusive bosses and relationships. Abusive bosses and relationships. Again, I was in a conversation recently and somebody was saying to me that that how dare you leave the office before your boss? And I said, I'm so fortunate that I've never had to work in that kind of extreme context, but it is a very prevalent thing. Yeah, people can't leave the office. It's not necessarily because they're being productive. It is simply that the boss is in the office and I must remain there, right? And regardless of what's happening at home, regardless of what's happening to me, I must be there. Relationships, and it does, in other words, it doesn't even have to be bosses. You know, in the context of the organization, we have the formal organization and the informal organization. In the same fashion, we have formal workplace relationships, the boss, the direct report, and all that. But we have those informal relationships where people that don't even hold formal authority have significant influence, and therefore they're able to wield those influences, whether positively or negatively. Yeah, and if they happen to be those negative kinds of influences, then they also are mechanisms by which trauma is transmitted in the workplace. There's another young person that I coach from time to time that, you know, shares her experience about her organization and how that while she has a great relationship with her MD, there are other people in the organization that tend to have it would seem like they have the MD under their, I don't know what it is, but there seems to be a controlling relationship. So while the MD is the formal boss, there are others that actually pull strings beyond the MD, and these people cannot stand it when you do not, when you're not subservient to them, even if you have nothing to do with them. Those kinds of relationships are other mechanisms by which trauma is transmitted in the workplace. Workplace incivility. Now, abuse is more direct and more obvious. Incivility is defined in terms of less obvious or less low intensity behaviors that are intended to harm people, right? Things like just ignoring you, things like, you know, infiltrating your space, you know, your personal space in the workplace and all of that. Research, there's considerable research that suggests that workplace incivility probably is, you know, probably produces even more stress for people in the organization than even the more direct ones, because, you know, direct abuse is not as prevalent as incivility. And some research I did, I think 2 years ago or 3 years ago, actually does suggest that many workplaces in our context, especially in the context of Lagos, right, that there are high levels of incivility. There is language that is used that is not considered. It's almost like, what's the big deal, right? Very toxic language that is used, and the assumption is that you should accept it. It's not a big deal. I'm just joking with you. You know, unrealistic deadlines, that's another one, because that also triggers stress. It triggers pressure, anxiety, and then misaligned work. Those are some that are not readily obvious, right? I don't have the capability for this work, but you give me that responsibility without attempting to support me or equip me to get the job done. These are mechanisms by which trauma is transmitted in the workplace. Now, I am intentionally sticking with the workplace. You know, and I know that we bring trauma into the workplace, right? And then imagine them showing up in the workplace where we spend most of our hours, and then being confronted again with all of these mechanisms, and then it triggers a situation that is worse than we ordinarily should have to deal with. Right. So once again, why should we deal with it? We spend most of our working hours or waking moments in the organization, one organization or the other. And the fact that we now have the opportunity to work virtually does not make it any easier. Right. Again, I'll share a quick story. I was facilitating a session once, and there was an argument over whether we should stop hybrid work. right? And some, of course, you had two positions. Some felt it was working, some felt it wasn't working. And the argument for the people that felt it wasn't working was not so much whether they could measure productivity or not, or whether people were delivering on their responsibilities or not, which I thought was going to be the argument. It was simply the fact that they couldn't see their direct reports, they couldn't control their direct reports, they couldn't tell whether they were doing this or that. The question I asked was, is there anything that they're supposed to do that haven't been done? And the argument was, no, it's not about that. You sometimes you want to know they're there. I'm like, there to do what for you exactly? So there's that added pressure that I need to prove that even though I am not in the office, I need to prove that I'm using all the hours, right? And I think that's just a demonstration of ineffective leadership or people management. Because if we had clear objectives and we had clear goals, then it shouldn't be a problem that I can't see you, right? Now, the flip side of that argument is the importance of building some sort of bonding amongst people that work. I'll share another quick one. I currently work with a virtual team that I think every year, in the last 3 years, we've probably seen one another for maybe twice or thrice in a year. But we have bonded so much over our virtual meetings where we don't even turn on our videos. Right? We hardly turn on our videos, but we've bonded so much over those virtual meetings, right? And so the argument that in-person meetings is the only way that we can actually work effectively is untrue. The question is, are we thinking about the work to be done, or we're thinking about how much control we want to have over people? And to the extent that many leaders and many managers today have evolved and grown up as control freaks, it becomes difficult, right, for them to understand how to work with people virtually. And I keep coming back to the younger generation who have grown up in ways that are considerably different from the way the older ones have, right? And that in itself is causing a lot of conflict and stress in the organization. And with all of these things, research suggests that organizations can and have lost considerable sums of money due to workplace stress. I intentionally do not put any figure because while we have figures for the West, for America and all that, we don't have any figures for Nigeria. Some people say that about 90% of Nigerians are stressed. Other people say about 60%. It's a bit difficult to figure out. But I think that just anecdotal evidence, it makes it evident to us, or makes it clear to us that unnecessary stressors are causing increased levels of increased levels of stress again in our world, in organizations today, and it's translating to poor performance. There are people that we work with from day to day, and you wonder, you give an instruction or you give a direction, and when they come back to you, you find out that they have completely misunderstood the direction and did not think to ask. It is not because they're dumb or stupid. Many people have been exposed to more trauma, more stress than they really ordinarily should. And the question really is that how does this translate? We see quiet quitting. I'm sure we've heard that term before, where people, they're not leaving the organization. They're just not putting in as much as they could be putting in, right? Quiet quitting is one of the results of trauma in the workplace. Increased levels of turnover intentions and actual turnover. Like the example I gave to you, in fact, there was a case in a particular bank, and that's not the only example I've heard of, but just this one. And this guy comes into the organization, resumes today, let's say, and a week afterwards, they didn't see him. And they tried to reach him by phone, no response. And when they finally got across to him, the guy says, how much money are you paying me that you're stressing me this much, right? Within a week, the guy had been put under so much pressure that he wasn't willing to go back to the organization. Now, we can argue that in an economy that is depressed, that people don't have a choice and they will stick with the organization. In those scenarios, what is happening is that it's actually a ticking time bomb. And when people explode, then we begin to ask ourselves, oh, but how did that happen? No, it was there all the while. We just didn't pay attention to it. So those that have the opportunity and the where to do they step out of the organization and decide, I am not going to bear with this pressure. But there are others also that are unable to do so and continue to absorb it until such a time as they react. we've heard of cases of suicides, we've heard of all, cases of people driving and for no meaningful reason get into accidents, right? Because they are not focusing on what they're supposed to be doing at that time. And then poor decision making. I remember once in a session where I said that do not make any important decisions in extremes of emotions, right? And I remember the managing director of that organization that day said, in fact, don't make any decisions at all. But the question is, how do you manage that? You have to make decisions, but you're constantly being exposed to stressors and things that induce stress and anxiety, right? And so these are questions we have to constantly explore and answer within the context of the organization, and of course, decrease productivity. Now, what is the call to action? It's time for us to normalize conversations about mental well-being in the workplace. Too many times when we raise the issue of mental health and mental well-being, the first thing a lot of people do is laugh about it. That, here they go, Gen Z things. Meanwhile, they themselves are victims of trauma. And in a sense, that is their coping mechanism. In other words, we have come up coping mechanisms that are really subtle attacks on people that have been open and expressive about their own trauma. We need to create. My slides are flying on their own. We need to create a safe space and a calming environment around the workplace. A safe space is different from a calming environment. A safe place is where we can actually express ourselves. A calming environment has to do with the aesthetics of the environment. It has to do with the lighting of the environment, the things we don't take seriously, the garden, the ability to breathe fresh air, and just allow the place to be a calming environment when you come up from all the madness and the noise on the road. The culture of the organization, collaboration, what sort of collaboration do we have? The levels of trust in the organization are things that constitute a safe and calming environment. Right? Every HR person, at least, and I say at least because really, I should say every leader should be trauma informed and understand, so that when they see some signs and some, they can do something about it. Leaders should take responsibility for team members' well-being. And there are all kinds of frameworks these days that help us think about that. I'm not sure if this is very clear to you, but I think you'll get the slides. But this is just a model that was developed by Margolis and Stoltz, and it's supposed to be a resilience regimen of sorts that within the context of our teams as individual team members, how do we manage adversity? How do we manage stressors? How do we manage things that can potentially trigger traumatic experiences or produce traumatic experiences? Right, and so this is just a framework that thinks about resilience in terms of our perception of control, ownership, and impact of the event, the extent of the event, and how we manage it in terms of duration. And so it's really thinking of they call it from cause-oriented thinking to response-oriented thinking. And it's absolutely important that we help our team members to shift from cause-oriented thinking to response-oriented thinking, where we're thinking more in terms of what can I do about these things, rather than sitting down and saying, oh my goodness, this is a mess, we're in trouble. And so I think that is it from me right now. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. That was such an enlightening session, especially for those of us in the workplace. And we look forward to hearing more and other opportunities. And thank you for taking time out to share with us. And I'm sure people have picked one or two things. If you have questions, feel free to put them in the comment section, and then we'll be taking those questions during the question and answer sessions, as our speakers will be waiting behind till that time to take your questions. And it's not far away. We have 2 more sessions, and then we'll take the question and answer session. So next we have Dr. Erica Holmes, who will be sharing with us, and we'll have a bio come up first before we bring out.
All right. Our very next speaker is Dr. Erica Holmes. Dr. Erica Holmes is a licensed clinical psychologist who serves as the Associate Program Chair and the Director of Psychological Trauma Studies Specialization in the Masters in Psychology program at Antioch University, Los Angeles. The Executive Director of Champion Counseling Center at Faithful Central Bible Church and the founder of Holmes Consulting. Her area of inquiry and more than 150 presentations focus on relationships and coupling, insight and empowerment, psychological trauma, psychotherapy with African American clients, and the integration of Christianity and psychology. She is an American Psychology Association Minority Fellow, a past board member for the Los Angeles chapter of Association of Black Psychologists. She is the author of Dating with Purpose, a single woman's guide to escaping no man's land, and Intimacy is not equal to sex, 180 activities to help couples connect. Co-author of Before the Broom, a premarital workbook for dating, engaged, and newly married African American couples. She also the co-editor of her upcoming book, Black Couples Therapy, Theory and Practice. Please welcome with me to African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Dr. Erica Holmes.
Good day, everyone. It is so great to be here with you. I am coming from the West Coast of the United States where it is bright and early. So I'm going to try to keep my energy up. It's a little earlier than I'm used to talking to people, but I think we can make it through. So with the time that I have today, I want to talk about clinical considerations when diagnosing trauma. So what are those things that impact or influence our diagnosis of trauma when we are working with folks in our office, in our organizations, in our clinics? What are those things that we should be thinking about? How should they influence the way that we work with clients? I want to present. Let's see if I can do this. You know what? We're not going to even spend time doing that. So let me just talk about some of the things that are important for you to think about as you are diagnosing trauma. So the first thing that I want to start off with is talking about what I like to call the 3 E's of trauma. This is an African Trauma Symposium. So I'm quite sure that all of you are familiar with the basics of trauma, but just to ground my presentation, I want to talk about what the way that I kind of think about or simplify how we think about trauma and what it means. So I like to think of it as 3 E's. So when we talk about the experience of trauma, we're talking about or talk about diagnosing and the way that we think about trauma. We think about the first E is the event, the second E is the experience, and the third E are the effects. So what are the lasting effects? So when we think about the event as it explains trauma, we're thinking about what happens, right? We're thinking about how the individual experiences what happened to them. So there's something that happened. There was an event, a set of circumstances that the person, then the second E, experiences, and how they experience that event is very important. So what is the significance that they place on the event? What is the meaning that they place on the event? How do they themselves experience it? But the experience is something that is physically or emotionally harmful or life-threatening, and it overwhelms their ability to cope. So I'm going to talk a little bit later about there's an objective component to this experience and a subjective component. The objective component is that the experience is life-threatening or emotionally threatening. It is an event that can't be denied, that it threatens the person's actual or threatened life, actual or threatened safety, actual or threatened sexual assault, those kinds of events. And it subjectively, because this varies from person to person, it overwhelms that individual's ability to cope. So again, there was an event or a series of events or a set of circumstances that is objectively, psychologically threatening or physiologically threatening to the person, and it overwhelms their ability to cope. And that event has lasting adverse effects on the person's mental, physical, social, environmental, or spiritual well-being. So again, there's an event. That event is experienced either both subjectively and objectively as an emotionally or physically harmful event, life-threatening event that has long-lasting effects on the person that cause adverse effects or reactions mentally, physically, socially, environmentally, and or spiritually. Now, when we talk about universal diagnosing, we in America, we use the DSM, the Diagnostical Statistical Manual 5R currently, but there are also ICD-9 codes, which are international codes for diagnosing, right? So now we're on the ICD-9. I'm sorry, the ICD-10 codes. I said 9, but it changed in 2023 to the 10 version. And there are really 3 diagnoses that are listed in that ICD-10 that are specific to psychological trauma or psychological traumatic stress. So you have F43.1, which is post-traumatic stress disorder itself. Then you have 4310, F43.10, which is post-traumatic stress disorder unspecified. And this is used when a person might not meet all of the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder itself, or there are some symptoms that are not showing up or that you're not actually able to assess. And then there's a Z code. So for F431 and F43.10, both of those are billable. But for the Z codes, those are used to list a person's experiences that might not meet the threshold for a trauma diagnosis. So Z91.4 is the basic one, which is a personal history of psychological trauma, not elsewhere classified. So that means that the person might not meet the entire criteria for a diagnosis. So what are some of the things that are factors that impact how we diagnose and the symptoms? For sake of time, I won't go through all of the symptoms that are required in a PTSD diagnosis. But when you think about a PTSD diagnosis, a person must meet criteria A, as it is in the DSM-5, which is the person had actual or threatened, there was an event that was actual or threatened life integrity, actual or threatened body integrity, such as physical assault, lack of actual or threatened sexual integrity, such as sexual abuse. So a person must meet those, and then they must have the criteria that says, what are the effects of that? What are the lasting symptoms of that? And where a lot of folks might not meet the threshold for PTSD in our diagnosis is that symptoms look differently. The ways that people endorse symptoms are different, and there are several factors that impact how a person experiences that event subjectively. Remember that idea of overwhelming a person's ability to cope, and also the effects. So those lasting effects that I talked about, lasting adverse effects that impact them mentally, physically, environmentally, spiritually, those effects can vary based on factors related to that individual who's sitting across from you when you're trying to diagnose. So I want to talk about I think I have 5 points of what are the factors that influence diagnoses. So the first factor that influences diagnoses, and I really want to talk about those effects, those lasting effects, because that's what we'll be assessing. We ask the person, have you experienced a life-threatening event or bodily or sexual assault? We ask them, what are the life events that have happened to you? Do those qualify? And then we ask them, are you experiencing a set of circumstances such as hyperarousal, avoidance, right? Hypervigilance. So we ask them those questions. And so the answers to those questions are impacted by these 5 factors that I want to go over. Now, these are not the only factor, but these are factors, but these are some that is important for us to pay attention to when we're diagnosing, because they can affect what we see and how we interpret what our person says or what they do. So the first is a type of trauma. What we know through research is that we like to talk about types of traumas in 2 kind of overarching categories. You have private traumas and you have public traumas. Those public traumas are those things that affect a large group of people. So we think about public traumas as things like natural disasters, things like war, things like large scale train accidents or plane accidents. These are public traumas because they are, number one, affect a large group of people, and number 2, occur within the public eye, meaning that there's often news coverage about it, whether it's local news to where you are, whether it's national news or news across the country. They occur in the public eye. If we think about a natural disaster, right? People around the world can hear about natural disasters in other countries, right? If we think about a major plane accident or train accident, that may be covered on the local news, and depending on how large it is, the international news. So those are public events. And then you have private traumas. Those are typically traumas that happen person to person, individual to individual, maybe hand to hand. We think of them as interpersonal traumas, where the individual experiences a trauma often at the hand of another person, and those occur in secret. Things that happen in the household, domestic violence, child abuse, those kinds of things outside of the public eye, sexual assault outside of the public eye. And the literature talks about often the effects of private traumas tend to be more common, more long lasting, and potentially more severe than public traumas. And there's quite a few reasons for that. And I'll just talk about 1 or 2. One of the reasons that private traumas tend to be have more of an adverse effect on the person is because in a public trauma, there's often public support and outcry. In private traumas, there can be more stigma and more blaming the victim in private traumas. Couldn't you have done something to prevent it? If there's sexual assault, for example, why did you go to the house? Why did you have on that outfit? Why didn't you just fight back, right? In a public trauma, there was a tornado, there was a flood. There's nothing we can do about it. We're going to bring in FEMA. We're going to bring in the Red Cross. We're going to bring in these things because you all are true, quote unquote, victims. So oftentimes there's more public outcry, or mass outcry, I should say, for public traumas. There's also less stigma attached to public trauma. And so that tends to buffer against the effects, or people have more access to resources to help them through impacts of it. But another important thing about why private traumas can be more devastating for folks is because private traumas often happen person to person, whether it's a person that you know or it is stranger trauma. It is still interpersonal trauma, which is a trauma caused by humans, which really impact our belief in humanity and also our safety around other people. So it can have this lasting effect on us where we begin to see people as dangerous rather than people as loving and nurturing and supportive. And then that can generalize out to other relationships. And so people can start to have relational difficulties. Number two, another factor that impacts diagnosis, symptomatology, and the effects of trauma is how a person describes their experience. And so, for many individuals, their cultures impact the ways that they see, explain, and express a traumatic experience, and the way that how much their distress is expressed. There are cultural variations in the ways that emotions are more or less acceptably expressed and in what ways. And so this could include individuals being more culturally supported for showing things like anger versus sadness. They may keep those things inside because culturally they're taught you don't talk about distress, things like anxiety and worry. This could also be influenced by by spiritual beliefs, right? Spiritual beliefs and how their spiritual beliefs are supposed to be buffers against uh expressions of distress. And so this may impact the information that you're able to receive from the individuals. Also, which topics are expressed or able to be discussed. So some individuals are not able to express or talk about things like sexual abuse or what happened to them sexually or how they were assaulted. So those things they might not be readily able to discuss because of their culture, their environment, or their family structure. And so they might leave out some information when you're trying to do something like a life events checklist. The next would be how a person makes meaning of the event that they have expressed. So for some people, they may process and heal from traumatic events in ways that are influenced by their culture, including their spirituality and understanding what happened to them, their levels of social connection and social supports, and their help-seeking behavior. So and also experiences trauma and generational trauma. So they might not see trauma as a traumatic event, the ways that they make meaning of it. It might be something, well, we grew up with community violence, so this is just the way that life is. So they might not even recognize that something that they've experienced is overwhelming, it is traumatic, it has an effect on the ways that they see the world, on the ways that they see themselves, and the ways that they see the future. So when we think about those factors that can influence diagnosis, we're really looking at the type of trauma that the person is exposed to. Is it public trauma? Is it private trauma? One thing that I didn't discuss was, is it long-lasting trauma over a long period of time? Was it just an acute episode that happened once? That will influence the symptoms and the effects of that trauma later on. How a person describes the event, or how are they able to discuss their experience, how distress is expressed, what topics they're able to discuss, and how willing they might be to disclose it to you, and how the person makes meaning of what's happened to them. Now, each of these factors influence not only the way the trauma is experienced, but also the symptom expression. So the things to remember are, it is important to assess both the subjective and objective report when conducting the diagnostic interview. So it is important to assess, how does the person talk about what happened to them and its impact. Remember, that subjective component is, it overwhelmed that person's ability to cope, or that person's usual way of coping. So how do they talk about it? Yeah, I got shot at, but it's nothing. That always happens. Yeah, I was, abused, physically abused, but this is what men do. Hitting a woman, for example, is just always, or even a man saying, us fighting in our relationship, that's just how we interact. That's just the nature of our relationship. So pay attention to the way that they're talking about their experiences, the traumas that they've experienced, and then objectively, how are they describing how those events are impacting their life? And or for some people, again, if they don't recognize it as trauma, they might say, oh, there's nothing that has occurred or happened to me because I have experienced this. So they might not even see the effects. But if you understand how trauma impacts or changes the person from an objective perspective, right? I don't have time to go into what happens neurobiologically, the fight, flight, or freeze response. But if you understand that, and they talk about, yeah, I've always had difficulty getting close to people. I don't have strong relationships. Sometimes I'm easily startled, or, I have depressive symptoms. So think about objectively what we know about how trauma impacts us biologically, neurobiologically, and assess for those symptoms, because they might not be able to connect those symptoms with the traumatic experience, depending on how they interpret what happened and what they're able to express. Second thing is to remember that symptoms of PTSD are not the only mental health condition that can arise from a traumatic event. So sometimes people don't meet the threshold for criteria for a trauma diagnosis or PTSD, I'll say. They can have a trauma unspecified disorder, but some people who experience traumatic events develop things like depression, or they can be coexisting, develop things like anxiety or generalized anxiety disorder, develop things like insomnia, because they don't want to sleep because of the flashbacks and things like that. So remember that people can, when we are working with individuals who have experienced trauma, that we don't just say, oh, there's no trauma, they don't meet the threshold for PTSD, so they don't have any diagnosis. There can be coexisting or other disorders that a person exhibits who's experienced trauma that does not fall under this trauma diagnosis umbrella. Number three, the third thing to remember, always take the person's cultural context into consideration when diagnosing. Culture will impact the way that an individual understands what's happening to them and how they discuss what's happening to them. So it's really important to understand what's been normalized in that person's cultural context and how they express that. Sometimes we have to do psychoeducation and say, just because something has been normalized in your culture or your context doesn't mean that it does not have adverse effects on your life, on your ability, your psychological life or integrity, your social, your environmental, and your spiritual. So we have to give sometimes psychoeducation to help them understand how this has impacted the way that they're moved, the way that they move. And then lastly, remember that diagnoses can change over time. Someone might come in and might not meet the threshold for a trauma diagnosis. However, over a period of time, they might develop the symptomatology that meets the threshold. And so they can have a diagnosis of delayed onset. Or a person might come in and they might meet the threshold for PTSD, and over time they may become, the symptoms may subside, or some of them may subside, and they don't meet that threshold anymore. And so they could be in remission or in partial remission, or they might have another diagnosis. So they don't have nightmares and flashbacks. They're not hypervigilant. They're not avoiding anymore, but they have negative cognition and mood. So they have they develop depression. They're not having active symptoms of PTSD, but they are developing some depression, agoraphobia, even panic attacks, even though other symptoms have subsided. So that means that we have to continually reassess our clients who are sitting before us. So that's my time. I'm sorry I wasn't able to share my slides. I can send them, but I appreciate you. So that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Erica. That's been a very insightful session. We have been taking notes just listening to you. Thank you so much. So one thing I picked is assess, assess, assess. I hope people also got that. Thank you very much for your time, ma'am.
Thank you.
So if you have questions, please feel free to leave them in the chat. Dr. Erica will still be here to answer them in a few minutes.
Ask her to please wait so that she cannot hear me.
Okay. Um, Next up, we have Lonnie Ogunduile, and we'll have his profile read before we bring him up.
Okay, can you all hear me now? All right. Our very next speaker is Tolulade Ogundoyile. Though he's a third year medical student doing his clinical rotations and interested in psychiatry, he has two masters, one in public health and the other one in interdisciplinary health sciences. Tolulade Ogundoyile is also the clinical research coordinator in multiple departments at the University of Pennsylvania. Please, Africa Trauma Care Symposium, give a warm welcome to Tolulade Ogundoyile for his presentation.
Hello. Okay, let me present my slides. Okay, hello everyone. I'm just getting my slides up. But yes, my name's Lonnie. I'm also go by Tolu. And you guys have heard all about what trauma means from all these talented people. And I'm just going to talk about the treatments. There's a lot of treatments that have been done for trauma and trauma-like disorders. So how can I share these slides? I'll talk about them and then their adverse effects. Some might be repeats.
Yeah, we're trying to get your slides. We're working on it.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just wait.
Is it gonna take long?
Yeah, the slides are up. Do you see it?
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, we'll get started. So it's not too much. It's not going to be too long. There's not many treatments for PTSD medication wise, because you don't want to just be giving everyone drugs every time they have trauma, because every drug has a side effects, which we'll talk about. But we'll talk about them. The main one, which I'll talk about at the end, is therapy, because I can teach you with the trauma and the emotions that come. First, we'll start with antidepressants. That's the one of the first line medical treatments. So that's going to be the next slide. Or do I control it? I'm trying to go to the next slide.
Okay, maybe just keep talking while we sort that out.
Okay. All right, no problem. So the first one is antidepressants. Most people have heard of them. The main one is called SSRI. It stands for Selective Serotonin Receptor Inhibitor. So those are used in a lot of people with depression, people that have anxiety, people that have PTSD, all sorts of psychological disorders. So what it does, like the medical, like science of it, I won't go too deep into it, but it increases serotonin inside the brain, and serotonin is what like makes people uh, happier, lack of a better term, lets people function better, and your mood and your cognition, so like how aware you are, that's highly controlled by serotonin. This also controls your stomach motility, like how you digest your food and everything. And I'm sure you people have heard of it, because when you have any kind of depression, the first thing to do is SSRIs. One thing about SSRIs, though, I didn't write it on here, but it takes a while to work. So if you started today, it probably will take a month minimum to start working. So it doesn't start right away. So a lot of people don't like that, because when you're going through trauma, the trauma is right now. It's not in a month's time. So you got to have some patience. You have to kind of just keep taking it, knowing that it will work eventually. And when it does finally work, it has some side effects which people don't like. Um, in the beginning, you'll have a headache, you have an upset stomach, because, like I said, it controls your GI motility, GI stomach, and so you kind of be having diarrhea. Sometimes you'd be nauseous, and you have insomnia too. And then later on, it can alter your mental status. So you might be seeing things or hearing things that you haven't done previously, you haven't heard previously. A lot of people have sexual dysfunction, so their libido is very low. They're not in the mood to have any kind of sex or anything like that. And you would think, if if I'm taking medicine to help me be better, well, all these side effects, sometimes they sound worse. So it depends on how severe your trauma is. The whatever doctor that's prescribing this to you should tell you all these things, and it'll be up to you to determine, okay, if the pros outweigh the cons, because like trauma is it's a very serious thing. You guys have heard it can affect your life, it can affect your work, it can affect all parts of your life. And someone made a good point. All these side effects, it doesn't happen to everyone. Some people don't have any of these side effects. Some people have all of them. Some people have a mix and match. Some people have side effects that aren't even listed on here. So you just have to know. You have to be cautious of what can happen, and you have to assess what's going on now and what's going to happen in the future. But the main thing that is pretty standard is it takes a while to work. It takes about a month. So and this is for all types of disorders. So what's going on now, know that it's going to take some time, and you'll eventually feel better, or feel different, I would say. And then the next one is the SNRI, which is almost the same thing as serotonin and norepinephrine receptor inhibitor. So it's pretty much the same thing. The only difference is the norepinephrine part, and like so the science part of it. Norepinephrine is a receptor in the brain, and when there's a lot of it, people with a lot of norepinephrine, those people have anxiety, and people with um, decreased have depression. So this drug, it will increase serotonin and norepinephrine. So it's like you get two for one, buy one get one free. And people usually use these when SSRIs, either you're allergic to one of them, or you have like you have a depression that's kind of resistant to SSRIs, or depression or trauma, and everything's quite the same. But the only difference that's key is it increases your blood pressure. So if you have hypertension, you should not take this drug. And the examples. So some examples of this one are venlafaxine and duloxetine. The other one, SSRI, I forgot to mention, is fluoxetine and sertraline. Those are like the main ones. If you hear those names, these are SSRIs and SNRIs. And what it's pretty much the same thing. And when you take these drugs, I'm looking at the comments and they're making good points. Your plan is to not be on these drugs or medications for your whole life. You want to take these so you can, whatever you're going through at the moment, you don't want to feel that way, obviously. So it's gonna like you want to get better, and then eventually you take them for some time. That's gonna be determined by your doctor, and then they'll wean you off. The worst thing to do. There's two bad things to do when you're taking these type of medications. One is you take it and you're not feeling any different, so you just stop taking it. That's why I mentioned how it takes a month at least. And because like you're getting better, then you just stop. So like what you're increasing, and then you stop. So you have, and then obviously any drug too, there's withdrawals, right? So you don't want withdrawals. So especially not when these medications are altering hormones in your brain. So what the doctor will usually do is you take it for a set amount of time. It could be 6 months, it could be a year, and then they wean you off. So whatever dosage you're taking, you'll take either less dose, or you'll take it, instead of taking it every day or twice a day, you'll take it every other day, and then you wean off till eventually you don't need it anymore. And usually these, I'll talk about it at the end, but usually you take these and you'll be in therapy. So maybe if you'll decrease one, and then you do more therapy more, and they go hand in hand usually. And then the next one is prazosin. So this one is kind of a niche drug. It's an alpha one antagonist. So to get into the science again, alpha one, it's a vasoconstrictor, so it increases your blood pressure. So this is the antagonist, so it's going to decrease it. But this is not used for that though. This is used for nightmares. And I don't know how they found it. The research isn't fully understood, but um, alpha one, when you have nightmares, it's alpha one is increased. So prazosin is going to decrease norepinephrine levels in the central nervous system, which is your brain, and you're going to have less nightmares. One of the main symptoms of PTSD is you have reoccurring nightmares and thoughts about what happened, what the triggering event. It's not even, sometimes not even nightmares. Sometimes you just be sitting down during the day, and it'll just come to you, and it'll be very distressing. You can't function. Imagine when you're sleeping, you can't sleep. You're gonna wake up, you're tired, you're groggy, and these things they'll affect your quality of life. So prazosin will help with that, and like I said too, it's also used for hypertension because it's an antagonist of alpha one. And then so an adverse effect will be hypotension, so you have low blood pressure, and priapism. That's an interesting one. That's a sustained erection for like more than 4 hours, I believe. So also, like I said before, with all the other drugs, they don't happen to everyone, but these are just some of the side effects that can happen. And then I believe there's one more. Okay. So those are all the drugs that are taken with PTSD. So the main therapy, the first line is cognitive behavioral therapy, which other people have talked about. I'm sure more people will talk about that. Like I said in the beginning, you don't want to just be giving everyone drugs because every drug has a side effect, and sometimes the side effects are not worth, what's going on now. You can imagine that if your stomach is hurting all the time and it's really severe, you won't have the PTSD, but then you'll be having stomach issues. You have to go to the bathroom every 5 seconds. You can't sleep. So, what cognitive behavioral therapy is, it usually focuses on changing the harmful, irrational, or ineffective beliefs, attitudes, and behavior patterns that lead to dysfunctional behaviors. So, in terms of PTSD, they can help you, or any kind of trauma disorder. It can help you focus on what the issue is, what the trigger is, and then focus on knowing what to do when these triggering events happen. A lot of people, when you get triggered by any kind of anxiety, it's like debilitating. You can't function, you can't work, can't do anything. So what the therapist will help you do is work on steps on how to function when these things happen. So they'll work with you, and just like the drugs too, this is not going to happen overnight. Some therapy sessions, they take weeks, months, years, and but similar to the drugs, you're not meant to be in therapy forever. So you're going to learn how to deal with these issues, and then you taper down. You taper down, and uh, cognitive behavioral therapy is useful for a lot of disorders like OCD, substance use, depression, anxiety. It's used for a lot of things. It's not just trauma, and it's very helpful. It's very effective. We need more therapists in this world, and that's pretty much all I have. This in school, when you're trying to become a doctor, they don't really teach you the cause of things. They just teach you how to treat them, because they just push drugs, and we all know that drugs have side effects. So therapy, I'm an advocate of it. It's very useful. There's no side effects like there is in drugs. You won't be groggy. You won't have sustained erection. You won't be using the bathroom on yourself. And there's different types of therapy as well. There's especially for PTSD, there's something called exposure therapy as well. So obviously it depends on the therapist, the doctor. It has to be safe. You can expose yourself little by little to the triggering event, to where, okay, first it's a very scary situation. Oh, okay, you can't breathe, you can't function, and then you expose yourself little by little to it. Okay, and it becomes more manageable, more manageable, more manageable. An example is, if I had a traumatic, actually this happened to me. Um, People can attest to it. I won't mention who, but when I was young, I almost drowned in like the beach. I didn't really almost drown. Something, those things in the water, like plants, sea moss. Anyway, it grabbed my leg. I thought it was a shark or something. And then, okay, so I didn't go to the gym, or not the gym, to the beach for like 20 years, because I was like, okay, I'm gonna drown. Something's gonna attack me. So if I had sense, I would have went to therapy, right? Because like I didn't know it at the time. I was like triggered and traumatized. Okay, I'll go to a therapist, and they'll expose me to water. I wasn't really deathly afraid of water, but imagine if I was. And it's okay. Like I can't even shower. I can't, if it rains, I won't go outside. So then it's okay. They'll expose me first, a little drop, on my leg, and then maybe a bucket, and then go into the tub, and then eventually we'll work our way up to the beach. And it's really helpful. Happens a lot with people with um, traumatic stress disorders. I mean, that's just water though. There's other that you can't use that for. People that have been like witness murder, people that have been raped and whatnot. You can't do those type of exposure therapy. But if it's something that's more manageable, it definitely works. But that's it. That's all I have. This is a wonderful, wonderful conference and symposium. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you very much. That was quite insightful. Thank you once again. Okay, and thank you to all our speakers from the very first session. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for sharing.
Invite Dr. Thank you.
We will now have Dr. Merino come up for
All right. Right. Well done, well done, well done. Can you bring up the last group of speakers, please? Because this is where we do the Q&A. So that's why I said we're not done. So please make sure you share your screen. I don't see it. Miss Yasinda Anibaba is not there. Who else? Who are the ones left? Oh, Erica, hey, good to see you. Dr. Holmes, bring Lonnie back up at the stage. Lon, can you show your face, please? We don't see you. Okay, yeah, so these are the last three. I already spoke with Mrs. Alexander before she left, the disability specialist who spoke, excuse me? And Faven, where's Faven? Faven, yeah, Faven should be up here. Faven, are you here? All right.
Yeah.
That was, thank you so much, everyone. That was so insightful. We have some, we're going to just kind of chat so we can, we'll chat about maybe the questions that were on there. And Esther, you should come up to in case you have some questions that you noted that we need to ask. Fabian was able to talk to us about the trauma in Tigray. I was in Ethiopia and a few months ago, and just the national and communal grief that's going on. And I know you told me that a few days ago you actually had a national day of mourning or something, Fabian?
Yes, yes, you are right.
Yeah. And I'm glad that they're recognizing that they actually decided that there should be a national day for mourning and grief. And then Dr. Yetunde Anibaba, amazing. Look, we talking, connecting organizational stuff. You know, all the angst we have in businesses and in different organizations with the with the traumatic, exposure. That was insightful, and thank you for that. And I'm going to ask you a few questions too. Uh, Dr. Holmes, absolutely just dissecting diagnosis and how we actually interact with clients, especially if they're not meeting all the criteria, and what that looks like. I think was very insightful. And then Lon Ogundile telling me, this is my son, by the way, telling us about everything that's happened in terms of medication. I just told him, I just asked him a few days ago to do this, and he was very gracious to do it. And I'm glad of that. All those medications. However, I think you said something that when you were talking about SSRIs, and you said that it doesn't usually actually start working most of the time for until about 30 days, right? But that isn't that where then therapy comes in, and and having coping mechanisms, and those will come in until something kicks in. And also, that's also one of the reasons why it's a good idea to be with your psychiatrist, at least meeting with them monthly, so that they can manage your care. Yeah, Lonnie.
Yes.
I knew he was just going to say yes. Thank you for that. Okay, so let's start with what's the question? The first question we have, Esther. The question.
Okay, we had a question from someone who wanted to know the difference between trauma and nightmare.
Dr. Holmes, would you want to take that? Trauma and nightmares.
So, nightmares can be a symptom of experiencing of a traumatic event. So, a nightmare in itself does not equal trauma. Remember, trauma is the event itself, how the event impacts the person and the long-lasting effects of that event. So nightmares and flashbacks can be, and so we think about nightmares as really sleeping flashbacks or remembrances, right? And so flashbacks are when those intrusive memories of a horrific event intrude upon the waking hours. So those are symptoms of the experience. Now, not everyone has nightmares. Again, some people have flashbacks, which are those memories happening when they're wide awake. But again, a nightmare is that the intrusion of the experience of that horrific event while you sleep. So it's just one of the many symptoms that a person can experience after they have encountered a horrific event.
Absolutely. And so that is intruding into your nighttime, into your sleep time, into your, but also it can intrude during your wake hours. What are some others very specific debilitating symptoms of PTSD that you can share with us before we move on to the next one?
Right. So some specific debilitating symptoms can be avoidance, and that avoidance can be of people or places that remind a person of the event. It can also be avoidance of your feelings and thoughts about the event. Now that can be debilitating because it's the avoidance can get greater and greater, and therefore it can shrink a person's movement, environment, and also their own internal experience, right? So, and I'm trying to keep my answers because I could talk about this all day, right? I'm trying to keep them brief. So, avoidance of, again, people or places or things that remind you of the event. Also, avoidance of internal experiences of the self. So, feelings and thoughts. Another debilitating.
Wait, Dr. Holmes,
Yeah.
just a minute. Let's just stay with avoidance. Let's
Okay.
stay with that because that's
Okay.
so big.
Yeah.
I've heard people say things like, okay, two things. One, they'll say things like, I do not want to go there. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to feel it. I do not want to go down that rabbit hole because if I go, I will not be able to do anything. It's going to kill me. I've heard several people say this. Even I've been here just a week now. I'm in Lagos currently, and I've actually heard that said. That I can't go there. So they hide it and they bury it, and they think in order for them to survive, which is true, it's a survival mechanism, and they just keep living and they don't want to do that. What would you say to someone like that? That's one. The second one is in terms of avoidance. And I say this to my students all the time. You move countries. You're going to change countries. You're going to change your job. You're going to stop, going to certain places, and then you start living this shadow life that is so small because you have built walls around everything else. But the most important thing we forget is that the trauma is in you. So no matter where you go, you're carrying this trauma responses with you. So what would you say to someone who is avoiding people, places, and things, and somebody who is also avoiding their own feelings and their own thoughts? What should they do? How should they react from today?
I think you kind of answered the question. Like, what I would say is, although you avoid thinking about it and talking about it, that does not mean that it's avoiding you. So, what happens is the trauma begins to show up in different ways, in the ways that people interact with others, in their feeling life, in their thought life. It begins to impact their decisions. So just because you don't talk about it, just because you want to bury it and not acknowledge it, it does not mean that it's not showing up in the way that you're living your lives. And oftentimes it's showing up in very insidious ways, but having large adverse effects. And so I hear this as you do all the time. If I talk about it, if I acknowledge it, if I feel it, I'm going to be annihilated, whether that's internally or externally. I'm going to die, right? So what happens is the traumatic experience has the power. And so, what we can do, because it is survival, part of our job, as Lonnie said, is talking about working with that doing therapy to help build up coping while they're waiting on medication, or if they're not going to if they're not going to take medication, that we can teach them ways, because part of that annihilation is because of the dysregulation, emotional dysregulation that happens when they think about it, right? It's what happens physiologically when they think about it. The heart starts pounding. They start having that fight, flight, or freeze, right? The central nervous system comes online, and they can begin to feel it physiologically. And they're like, something is going to happen. So what we can do is teach them techniques relaxation, deep breathing, grounding techniques to help them stay in their body, to help remind them that they do have control of that central nervous system. They can calm it down and begin to broach it little by little. Because one of the things that I often say is that the body will manifest what the mind won't acknowledge and the mouth won't speak.
Absolutely.
So it will be manifested whether you want to acknowledge it or not. So, and as you said, with the people who are avoiding it because they just don't want to deal with it or whatever, that they're going to take it with them. It is still in you and it is going to show up in some way. One of the things that I see with a lot of my clients who've been living with long-term complex trauma experiences and that might have happened in their home or a relationship they got out of, but they never dealt with it. They never talked about it when they walked away. And they don't have nightmares anymore. They don't have flashbacks, but I see a lot of people with hypertension. So they have physical illnesses that show that there's something dysregulated in their body. And a lot of people who have relational difficulties, whether it's romantic, intimate partner difficulties, either the people that they're choosing or not choosing, but it comes out in trust or hypervigilance around those relationships. So and it could be friendships, not just romantic relationships, and family relationships. So it's going to show up. It's going to show up whether you acknowledge that you're having difficulty in these areas because of past experiences or not. It's going to show up physiologically, psychologically, socially. It's going to be there.
In every area of your life. It's going to show up. I say that it's going to show up in the type of relationships you build, the kind of spouse you marry, the kind of friendships you keep, the kind of job you do. It shows up in every single aspect of your life, not just mental health, in every area of your life. There's a dose-response relationship between those adversities and what happens to us in an adult life. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to move on to Dr. Anibaba. Yes, I'll get to the question. But Dr. Anibaba, there is what came to me while Erica was talking is that there are people at work who are experiencing these things, right? These things that we're talking about, all these reactions that we've been talking about. So what would you say to somebody who is a CEO or who is just a lower level staff in some place who is having these anxieties and all this, or just struggling to deal with their trauma responses, and they're at your job? So let's say the person is the CEO or the president, and then somebody is maybe the receptionist or something. What would you have them do? Yeti, can you tackle that?
What would I have them do? Well, first get a coach or a therapist. And I think that's easier said than done. It's easy to say that to the CEO or to the senior executive. It's not as easy to say to the receptionist, because while the organization will pay for a coach for the CEO and senior level executives, they're not likely to do that for the lower level employees. So one of the things that so I have programs with different categories of managers, middle managers, senior managers, and I really do try to slip in some practices just to help them, to manage their pressure, manage the tension and all of that. But for the senior level executives, I say to them these days that you should take it as part of your responsibility to ensure the well-being of your team members at work, because your team is only as strong as its weakest link. And to the extent that you can't hire and fire at will, then you need to take responsibility to some extent, at least, even though I always then end with the caveat that you're not a therapist, but at least learn to recognize the signs, learn to recognize the signs and to be able to advise your team members that it's time for you to see this person or that person, but within the context of what you can do, at least create an environment that allows them to be able to function right? Create an environment of trust so that they can talk to you when they need to. For the more junior person that won't have access to organizational resources as far as a coach or therapist is concerned, it's really about them taking responsibility for that. Now, again, if you're in the throes of trauma, chances are you're not even thinking about how to take responsibility for yourself, right?
Absolutely.
But at least before you get to that point, deal with it before you get to that point. Get somebody to talk to that is sufficiently informed to help you out, or at least to start to help you create ways of dealing with it, if you like, right? But but I still think from an organizational perspective that it has to be handled from at the organizational level. I still had a session yesterday where I mentioned, mental health in passing, and there was that laughter that, yeah, that's the latest thing now, and then I bring it back and I say, all right, guys, we're all going to do a centering exercise. And at first they're squirming about it. Like, what's this? We came to learn strategic thinking, that kind of thing. And then I take them through a centering exercise, and then I'm like, how do you feel? And some are half asleep already before we're done, that kind of thing. So those kinds of things say to them that, okay, this thing is real and we need to do something about it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It is something that we really have to keep talking about organizations and our mental health impacts. It's known as, there's this whole idea of soft skills, and these soft skills are really power skills. Talking in terms of empathy, but how do you have empathy when you're in your survival brain? And so I think that we need to, in organizations, really need to begin to recognize the power of implementing mental health trainings at their organizations. They should be talking about vicarious trauma. They should be talking about burnout. They should be talking about compassion fatigue, because this will actually impact your bottom line. Because an employee who is not all there, an employee who is 50% disengaged, is not the type of employee you want to have. And there's this whole idea of silent quitting that is out now, where people are not actually resigning or quitting their jobs. They just checked out mentally and emotionally. They're not there, and they're just collecting paychecks. So it behooves this organization. So if you're a CEO, you're a manager, or president of something, and you're listening to me, if you have those powers, I think the top down is usually the best approach, where trauma-informed care or mental health or mental wellness begins to influence your mission, your goals, your strategies, your visions, and that makes you a better business, a more effective organization. In my opinion.
Can I add something really quickly? I just remember that here at LBS, for example, we actually have a psychologist come in on a monthly basis, and you can book an appointment, and that's on the organization's bill. So that's something that is very basic, that, well, maybe the word is not basic, but at least it's simple, right? Get a well-informed and equipped psychologist to come in on a regular basis and have people get to talk to the person, and nobody else has to know what's going on.
Absolutely. That's a great thing. And they don't have to disclose. All these people are afraid of stigma. Oh, if I go to an organization of psychologists, they're going to talk about me. But most countries have legislation around this, that you cannot divulge what is being done in that therapeutic process to anyone else. I'm hoping we all have that in our African context. If we don't, please educate me, elucidate, let me know. All right, Esther. What's the next question? I think we have one about medication.
Yeah. The question, should someone take medication for trauma?
Lonnie, do you want to respond to that? And then anyone else? Go ahead. Lon? Oh, okay. Should someone take medication for trauma?
Well, it's not a bad thing, but I think the first thing you should do is seek therapy, because, like I said before, the medication takes a while to work. and then there's everything has side effects. But there's no shame in medication. Sometimes trauma is so severe that you need more, and sometimes your body can't function, and that's what the medication helps for. It's supposed to be in like an adjunct, so like you use it in tandem with therapy. But those like the nightmare we talked about, that person can be really with it for whatever reason, and it's hard to, when we're sleeping, we don't control when the nightmares come, and so that medication is really good for it. And also when you take these medications, you could always, you see how you feel. If you don't like it, you could either switch to a different one, or you can just stop altogether. You have to wean yourself off, but
do they wean themselves off, or with the help of the psychiatrist?
Oh, the doctor will help you wean yourself. Yeah, don't do it yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for that. That is so insightful. Look, there's some things you need to talk to somebody. You don't just decide to there's some look, if you have complex PTSD, for example, if you have CPTSD or some developmental trauma that is so complex and has really impacted your life, you might think that your normal is normal. But it isn't. You understand? But it isn't. And so, Dr. Holmes said something when she was speaking. She said, just because something has, I'm paraphrasing, just because something has been normalized in your culture doesn't eliminate the side effects, the consequences of that. It's still there. Just because you don't recognize it as traumatic doesn't mean that it's not, and doesn't mean that you don't get a response. And sometimes, this is what I say, your medication is not the devil. Medication is not a sin. Look, you take medicine for Tylenol, you take Tylenol for headaches, you take medicine for different things, for high blood pressure, for all of this. Sometimes you need the medication to even give you a starting ground, like just to give you a ground under your feet, because you've been falling so deep. Sometimes you need medication to do that. And then, of course, like Lonnie was saying, get with your doctor, and they will actually be able to monitor that in terms of, so not everybody who has trauma needs medication. Some people do. Thank you very much. All right. And then there was another one that, what was that about? What would mean, there was a question I saw, I was telling you of, Esther, something about the junior employee or something.
No, it was a comment.
Oh, well, that was a comment. Okay, excellent. And then Faven, in terms of Tigray, I know things are, first of all, I'm so, my heart goes out to what's going on. Like, you guys are my heart. I'm like Ethiopian myself now at this point, and I just want to know how the world is listening. What do you want to say to us? Briefly, you have 1 minute left, and we're going to round this up so we can all go. What would you like to say? What is it that that is needed?
Thank you, Dr. Marino. I know you are half Ethiopian, so actually all of you, we will be together. What the world, I know, one main point is the international community doesn't understand how we are grieving. I wish this should have to be the time we pass the grieving stage, so we will start rebuilding our community. But still we are in that vicious circle of wounding, blame shifting, again, preparing for more war. For us, I was listening to Dr. Leon's present explanation. It either going to medication or having a counselor would be like, with the situation we are in, it would be luxury. That's why we are taking the opportunity with Dr. Marino and the JAR education. So these 10 trainees will be responsible to rehabilitate our people psychologically, so we can work on the physical rehabilitation program. Because it would be like, if you are working on the socio-economic, if we don't deal the trauma we have gone through, each one of us, it would be like meaningless. It doesn't bring generational gap. And for me, it should have to be like a way where we will address this issue so it doesn't keep revolving. That's what I have seen in my life. It would be like a revenge that will stay for some time, then the next generation will take up. So I want it to be addressed at this time so we will have time to heal, then move forward instead of having it in the coming decade or two. So this is what I wish, and especially the international world, the international community, organizations like USAID, they already held the aid, which recently over 1,500 people died because of starvation. And in our, while the world is obsessed with Ukraine, no one give us a here. So over 1 million people died. Now there is another one between Gaza and Israel. So no one is paying attention. I wish the world will have like fair eye, so people here are dying. Only to give you one example, the more than 90% of the health system is demolished. Before 3 years, before this war broke, the maternal mortality rate was 118, over 100,000. I think in US it's around 21 women will died over 100,000. Today it's more than 840. It was 840 something before I start working 20 something years ago. So it already brought back a lot. We have to do a lot. Yeah. So I want the international community to listen so we will have like a civilized and normal way so we can help our people in our community.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone. And if everybody's listening, what you've said is so pertinent. You're saying, well, you're talking about equity. You're talking about equity.
Yes.
There's money being
right.
spent in Ukraine, money being spent now in all this. Now we have the Palestinian and Israeli war, etc., etc. And these are wars that people should pay attention to. We're not saying don't do that, but we're saying the Black people in Ethiopia, the Tigray people, they have lost 1 million people. The world needs to know this. There is a dire need, and we want some help, and we do need that help now. So if anyone is listening to this, we are wanting for you to contact us. You can contact us at JARS, or just email me at Dr. Marino at JARS Education, or Faven, put your email or contact in the chat so they can email you, please, and contact you. Everyone, thank you. This afternoon session, and those of you in the morning session, you have made this day a success, and you have volunteered your time. Nobody gets paid for this. We're just doing this for the people. And I mean, I have Dr. Holmes. She was at 7 a.m. in LA that she got here, and you're looking beautiful. I was like, look at her at 7 a.m. Oh my gosh, like what? So thank you. And Dr. Anibaba, from your time, I don't even know where in the world you are right now, but I know you travel. You're in Lagos. Are you in Lagos?
Yes, I am.
You're not. I'll see you.
I go back over the weekend.
All right. Okay, you came over the weekend. All right. So thank you so much. Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Lon. Thank you for agreeing to come and do this for us with all your time. Esther, and my group, and my team here, you've done a wonderful job. And no, are you telling me to round it up? Oh, all right. I'll turn it over to Esther. Thank you, everyone. We'll remove ourselves from the stage. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you all who have stayed till now. It's been an amazing time of learning and just listening to everyone share on different aspects. We appreciate you individually and collectively for taking this time out to be here. And I'm sure we've learned one thing or the other. And that's, we're going to call it a day for today, but we are going to be here tomorrow and you have to be here. Please invite people, share on with your contacts on your social media, everywhere. Let people come and learn about trauma. Let people come and listen to the insightful thoughts that will be shared. From tomorrow, we'll start at 12 noon again, and it will continue for the same number of hours we spent here today. And tomorrow, we'll be having more powerful people who will come to talk to us. We have Dr. Amina, who's the permanent secretary for. Okay, I don't have that right. Okay, we have Dr. Amina. You'll come to know more about her tomorrow. We also have.
Wait, I'm coming back up.
We also have Dr. Olusegun Oboye, who is the permanent secretary for the Lagos State Ministry of Health. We have Dr. Tolu Ajamale.
Dr. Amina Baloni. Dr. Amina Baloni was the Commissioner of Health for Kaduna State. She is going to be presenting a paper tomorrow for us. We have the permanent secretary for Lagos State for which one? Is it health? Yeah. Well, for mental health. It's going to be here tomorrow. We have the representative, I'm not the representative, the person at the mental health desk for Lagos State, Dr. Ajamale is going to be here tomorrow. Who else we got? We have Dr. Jeshana Johnson, the Jeshana Johnson is going to be here tomorrow talking to us about treatments for trauma. Who else we got? What? We have Abioloyede, who have Kike Lomo, who is a phenomenal emotional healer with a trauma focused lens. Abioloyede is not just a mind expert. She's also in the faith space, and she's going to be able to speak to that. Am I missing anybody else? Yes, we have Dr. Adedotun, because my namesake Adedotun is going to be here tomorrow. He was here yesterday. He has just a prolific understanding on this space, and it's from Ekiti State. We are so proud to have you. So we're expecting him tomorrow, and Tolushe is going to be here. The Tolushe is going to be here. He only needs one name for introduction, and he's going to be talking to us about how you can actually manage this whole trauma space within your country and in your organizations. And I think am I missing anybody else? So and myself, I'm going to be here speaking again tomorrow. I welcome you all. Come back, tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your neighbors, your church leaders. We need to spread the word. I want people from all different countries represented. Kenya represented, Ethiopia represented, Ghana, South Africa, come here, United Kingdoms, be here, all over the world, all over this continent, because we need to reduce stigma, and we also need to be well. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.